one priority of the state board is to provide a quality education for every student in the public schools that will lead them to a path of self-sufficiency and prosperity regardless of race or gender. And I think no student in our public schools should expect anything less. So I'm in favor of this resolution. Any more discussion?
Governor Ivey, I just have a few comments in line with that. I was concerned when we got the resolution last month because I did not have much knowledge base in reference to the, critical race theory. So I was able to find the professor at the University of Alabama, Professor Hidalgo, who actually was one of the originators in the 70s. It appears that from the civil rights struggle in the 60s, there were activists and scholars who felt that things had not progressed the way they should have in the 70s. Thus, this movement began. It looked at addressing basically disparity, discrimination, overall when we talk about explicit bias, those kinds of things. I was able to have a conversation with Professor Hidalgo on Friday. He and his wife are the authors of this book. What I did find out in talking to them is many of the items that we have in the resolution, which relates to race, sex, those were not the original intents, and I had shared that with Nick this morning. However, there are splinters that came from the original theory, where you have people who were interested in immigration, you have those followers. People who were interested in other areas, you have those followers. My concern as we go forward, when we think about history, we all, those of us who were not necessarily maybe born in the 50s, are aware of the Civil Rights Institutes, because we take classes there often to learn about how people were brought together for equality. We all know about 1619. However, that's the past. And I think as board members, as we go further, this is just my own perspective, that we should live from the past, knowing that we don't want to go back to 1619. We're in the present. What can we do to make things better for our young people? And we often talk about, I know as a classroom teacher, it made me really feel that I was empowered to know that I had the autonomy to teach what I thought was appropriate. With the civil rights up until this point, I'm sure the concept of race has come up. With 1619, I'm sure the concept of slavery has come up. But one last thing that Professor Hidalgo said was hatred was never a part of the original theory. And we're hearing a lot about hatred and guilt. I think that's a splinter. So as we go forward, I just wish that we would really perhaps look at the original intent. Ultimately, the concept is taught in graduate and law schools, because we talk about American history, it's not even taught in K-12. So that's just for consideration. And then ultimately, as one writer said, we all will be remembered in spite of ourselves, whether it's honorable or dishonorable, even until the latest generation. How do we want to be remembered going forward? And as a board member, I want to be remembered positively, having autonomy for our school teachers, and teaching our young people to think critically. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Any more discussion?
Dr. Mackey, I have a question for you. I've received a number of communications, not only from parents and grandparents and industry people, but also from teachers. And one of the questions that I've received over and over again is the intent of this resolution to in any way alter the very fine standards that we already have in Alabama. And I would point to the most recent Fordham Institute 2021 report, which has Alabama being one of the top 5 states in the country for teaching civics in U.S. history. So, in the adoption of this resolution, are we looking to in any way alter those standards? Because I believe our teachers are actually doing a very, very good job.
That's an excellent question. And the answer is no. We would not alter our standards. So as Dr. Richardson stated, we strongly believe, and I think all of you, based on conversations, concur that critical race theory as it exists, it's a graduate level concept, but it's not taught anywhere in any of our courses of study, anywhere.
Right.
And everybody seems to be in agreement on that. Now, we've gotten the question would it be added later? Well, I can't obviously predict what might ever be added later, and that may be part of the conversation, but it's certainly not included now. But as the contrast to that is, it means that were the board to choose to pass this resolution, there is nothing in the courses of study, not in U.S. history, not in Alabama history, there is nothing that would go away or change, because the current courses of study don't include it anyway, and they don't include anything that would be forbidden. So I think that's an excellent question. We've gotten that question from a lot of teachers. Teachers have been concerned. There's a lot of confusion out there, and there are also, there are various other things, with other things going on in other states, other things, discussions going on in Alabama even. So we've been asked, well, if the board acts, can I, ask students to bring in newspaper articles on controversial topics and to discuss contemporary events, which is something people have been doing for at least 50 years, because we were doing it when I was in school. And the answer is absolutely not. We don't want to in any way infringe upon teachers' right to talk to students about important issues, even if they're controversial. I think I think we would all agree where that becomes cloudy is if the teacher then tries to push the students to one side or the other of an issue. And the word we keep hearing is we want teachers teaching, and I've heard this from many of our citizens on multiple sides of this issue. They want teachers to feel free to teach. They don't want teachers to use the word that's been quoted to me a lot, indoctrinate students on one theory or another. In fact, I had a teacher that even brought this topic up, if I may go further into your question, about Marxism. Now, we don't teach Marxism is good. In fact, our system is the polar opposite of Marxism. But the teacher said, I teach Marxism, but so that people understand what it is, and they know what a lot of the failures of that system are. I don't want to be put in a position where I can never bring that topic up again, because I think it's important my students understand it, even though, so that they know, so that my students can make quality judgments on their own. And so I said, absolutely, there is no question, and I will say I've heard from people, again, in multiple sides of this issue, more than just two, but if you were to try to divide people into two camps, I've heard from people in both camps, nobody has said they want to take any discussion of any topics off the table. They just want to make sure that our teachers don't try to push students to one side or the other. And so I think that's important, and it would be important to us, no matter what happens, that we send clear messages to our teachers that they are to continue to teach the courses of study, which are award-winning now. Only 5 states were ranked exemplary in U.S. history and civics, as you said. We want to make sure people know that. Continue to teach the courses of study. Continue to teach children how to have debates with one another on topics. Clear and open debates, but not to push children to one side or the other.
I have a follow-up to that. It's perfect, Governor. I would say to you that what I've heard loud and clear from the many communications that I've received on both sides, an observation that I have is that parents are seeking a policy that would provide them educational transparency. They feel like at the local level, they're not actually seeing the coursework or possibly the materials that are being taught, and they have a level of distrust. And I think that may be coming from the national conversation and not necessarily happening often at the local level. And so I have been thinking about and exploring different policies that might offer that educational transparency for our parents, so that they feel actually very involved and engaged and more confident, and that the teachers and parents could work together. And I just want to offer that as an observation to the many folks that I've spoken with.
Thank you, Ms. West. Ms. Bell?
Yes, feel honored to be able to sit in an area where the State Department staff actually gets to sit, and not myself. So anyway, I do want to say that I understand the intent. I do not disagree with so much of the language, but there are key differences in the resolution that has been offered and the resolution that was recommended by other organizations, outside organizations like the Alabama Policy Institute and Eagle Forum of Alabama, as well as just individuals who have contacted me. And I've had a number of parents and teachers, retirees, educators who are very concerned about what is happening not only in Alabama, but across the country. I read an article where it said that the superintendent had only received 2 comments. Well, I don't think that's possible because I know I commented, I sent an email, and I know a lot of others who also did. So maybe he just didn't receive it and maybe it went to the spam folder. But I know that there has been a lot of discussion, not just at the political party level, but generally. I do not ask a party affiliation when people call me. They share a lot about their lives' histories. I've heard some excellent speakers. This issue will not go away. And with this resolution, I see this issue actually perhaps becoming an even bigger issue because the wording, I understand the whereas is kind of like a preamble, this is our intent, but the part where it says that it's resolved, the word should is different from the word will. And require, the requirement is not there, the consequences are not included. What happens if, for example, we have another situation like Mountain Brook? I understand the importance, and I know the former local board members understand the importance and the significance of a local board and the control there, and I know that you mentioned parents. Part of the problem there was the fact that parents were not consulted or even didn't know about it until after the fact. It is, to me, an important part of our job to try to prevent that type of situation in the future. If we do not take care of it now, unfortunately, it will be like a lot of the problems that become even bigger problems because the legislature intervenes, and we do not need the legislature telling us how we should do our jobs. We need to do our jobs. This does not take care of the problem. And just reading, for example, we believing something is important, but doing something about it, following through, is even more important. And I do not believe that this takes care of the problem. I think that it almost exacerbates it because people think something is done and then it happens in their communities, and it will continue to happen. And the definition is just really not clear. I appreciate what Dr. Richardson shared. There's a lot of misunderstanding. Some of it is coming from some of the books that children are having to read. It's part of a reading list, and the parents find themselves reading the book that they disagree with. And that's how a lot of this is being discovered. Again, this does not take care of the problem. 2 things: there's no requirement, and there's no, we don't see any consequences if we find out that there is an issue like those that Mrs. West has mentioned. I think we need to do what was recommended before as well, and perhaps this is what is mentioned here, putting it in the administrative code, reference in our administrative code, to amend the code. That needs to be done as well. Again, that would give the strength that is needed, but the wording needs to be changed dramatically in order to have any type of impact statewide and at the local level. It is very frustrating to have to keep saying, and it's important to say this, you need to go to your local board members and your local superintendent. But there are some things that we can and should do at the state level. Not, I use the word should, but we must do it. And if we pass this, it does not have the kind of impact that I know you, Governor, would like to have. I know you're hearing from a lot of people like we are hearing from. And they need a response that actually impacts the schools. And we need to do it before September or October because it will become a bigger problem. Thank you.
Ms. Bella?
I believe that everybody here has the same desire, and that is a desire for every child to be safe. And I've talked to a lot of people, I've read the book Dr. Richardson mentioned, read a lot of articles, and I guess I have a question about us debating about something that has never been taught in Alabama in K-12, or stopping something that's never started. I'm concerned about the resolution when I read some of the line items. I'm concerned about it altering the accuracy of history. You know, as pretty and ugly as history may be, we can't revise it, we can't change it. And theoretically, I would like to say that Alabama is not a racist state, but I've experienced it. And we already know what's happening in the United States, you know, and I've pondered over this and prayed about it. You know, I don't want any child to feel unsafe. And I don't know if any of you have had to have a conversation with your son, like I've had to say, son, if you get stopped, please don't move. Don't ask any questions. Because as a mother, I want you to come back alive. And as much as I want to say that we're not dealing with racism, it's not gone. And to say that whereas the Alabama State Board of Education believes the United States of America is not inherently racist country, and the state of Alabama is not inherently racist state, I can't with a clear conscience say that that's actually true. I want it to be true, and I believe that everybody in here desires for that to be a true statement, but we have not gotten there. And I just believe that if we establish an environment, a culture where we can talk about what has happened, not to stir up hate, but to bring about reconciliation. And I've never seen where you can have reconciliation without conversation. And so I think that we need to really revisit this resolution before we move forward, because just as we want certain kids to feel comfortable and safe, we want all kids to feel comfortable and safe. And I've searched and looked to see where we've had a problem in Alabama, talking about what has transpired in the history. We have not. Dr. Mackey confirmed that it has not been a problem. And so I'm hoping that we can establish something that will not alter the accuracy of history, but move us in the direction of finding that common ground so that we can say, honestly, that we are all treated equally. And right now, we're not there. We want to be. It's my desire that we be. But we have not accomplished that. And I just think that we need to really revisit this so that it will not cause any problems. Because you have people that are offended because their loved ones lost their lives, and to say that racism did not exist is a slap in the face. And I just think we need to really spend some time and create a resolution that will bring about the peace, the harmony for all children. Thank you.
Certainly, our goal is to have all students treated based on their individual ability, not on being a part of a certain group,
Exactly.
or sex, or race, or anything
Yes.
else. And if we do that as a state board and let that filter down, we can take a strong stand and say, we believe in the individual's ability. We want to enhance that ability so they can be self-sufficient and achieve prosperity.
Governor, I do appreciate your taking the lead in preparing this initial resolution, which we got last week. But I also look at the proposed change in the administrative code and the strength of that statement. And Dr. Mackey, would you mind reading that for those who are not here, that they can see what we are proposing to put in the administrative code, which I believe is more definitive? And I would like to suggest, Governor, that we might consider that as the opening paragraph under there to be resolved, because that's been developed since you developed that, and I think that's a very strong statement that may answer a lot of questions that have been brought to me.
Yes, sir. It says the State Board of Education specifically prohibits each local Board of Education from offering K-12 instruction that is intended to indoctrinate students in social or political ideologies that promote one race or sex above another, period. And then the second statement refers to the resolution. All K-12 instruction, standards of professional development, and other activities shall be in accordance with the most current State Board resolution regarding intellectual freedom and non-discrimination.
I've had people communicate to me, and their presumption is that the state board governs everything, and I've tried to let them know what's not in our curriculum. And I've encouraged people at the local level, as a former superintendent and a community leader, if they have concerns about the openness of their local board, that they should take it to the board, because I believe, Governor, we are an open group, and my cell is published and I get calls, but if there's a problem like one of my colleagues indicated, where there's sense that the local board's not responsive, communities can take care of that. In my community, we certainly can take care of that. But I would like us to consider using the language you use in the administrative code in the opening paragraph of further their resolve, because that would parallel what the resolution has with the administrative code and be very definitive.
Governor, if I may, there's some other, if I could draw, I don't want to get in front of board members, but these are comments that you came from, and some of these we've looked into, and if I could just draw attention to some of those. And also some comments just y'all made to me in person on the phone. So first, if I can go to the second page, that's kind of copy and pasted. So I'm sorry, third page. You'll go to the third page. There are two items here at the bottom. We discussed those last month. The second one deals with codifying the resolution, which I think we deal with in the code because it refers back to the resolution if y'all decide to do a resolution. The first one, though, says deals with federal grants. So that's something we've not discussed this morning. As y'all know, there was a federal grant out that was very controversial. We have not applied for it, but we could, if you chose, put in a statement that said the State Department would not apply for any federal grant. We have no intention to do it anyway, but I realize there's many of you said to me I won't always be here, and then what about the next superintendent wants to or something? So we could put something in there about the State Department not applying for federal grants, so on and so forth. Also, there seemed to be a lot of support for the first two statements, not unanimous support, but a lot of support. But there was concern from the resolution. If you go back to your resolution with me, under the be it further resolved, the second paragraph, one of you mentioned to me, the board cannot resolve that no individual by virtue of race is inherently racist or sexist. Some people might be racist or sexist, and so they just suggested just strike that paragraph, because it's not telling our teachers anything, it's not doing anything, and that's not something we can resolve. And so if we struck that paragraph, and then I was asked, could we replace it with, I know this is a lot of paper, but this one, take this, and go on number 4, to add a statement recognizing that slavery and racism are betrayals of the founding principles of the United States, including freedom, equality, justice, and humanity, and that individuals living today should not be punished or discriminated against because of past actions committed by members of the same race or sex. We should move forward to create a better future together. So I was asked about inserting that in place of this. I'm just telling y'all things so everybody hears what other people have said, and I'm not putting names to any of them. I've also was asked specifically about this third item on this front page, inserting something about the First Amendment. And so this says that the State Board acknowledges the right to express differing opinions, foster and defend intellectual honesty, engage in freedom of inquiry, and honor freedom of speech as required by the First Amendment in the Alabama public schools. And several of you asked me that we put a statement in that makes it clear that we are not trying to infringe upon anyone's First Amendment rights. So you see that. So those could also be resolves. And then you see the other two. No state agency, local education agency shall train administrators. Now that is actually just kind of a restatement of what's in here is this first resolve, but it's another way to state it. And then the first one you see there is ALSBE affirms that we will not support or impart any K-12 public education resources or standards that indoctrinate students in social or political ideologies or theories that promote one race above another. So those are 4 that were suggested by board members to bring forth. But specifically, I was asked to strike paragraph 2 under the resolves and maybe replace it with something that recognized slavery and racism as betrayals of the founding principles of the United States. So I wanted to put that out there for you. I have also been asked about striking in the whereases the 3rd and 4th paragraphs. So that would be the one that says, whereas for the same reason such concepts shall not be taught to students in Alabama's public education system, and whereas the State Board of Education believes the United States is not an inherently racist country, and that the state of Alabama is not an inherently racist state. I just misstated that. Only the 4th paragraph is what I was asked to strike. So if you struck the 4th paragraph under the whereases and the 2nd paragraph under be it resolved, then that takes out any reference to that the United States or state of Alabama is not inherently racist. And inherent racism is a part, and I think that is the only term that is connected in somewhat to critical race theory, because if you go back to that definition, it's a part of the construct. Yeah, it's a splinter.
Splinter, not the
Splinter's
original.
a good,
Yes, not the original.
has become an add-on.
Yes, add-on.
Splinter's a good way.
Dr. Mackey, I had not seen this proposal to the administrative code till today. And Governor, I do also suggest that we include that in our resolution, since if we're gonna include it in the administrative code, that would be very specific, and I don't know, unless there's opposition, that there would be no, and Governor, it would be your proposal. That, I think, is a very strong statement, and I like that statement, and I don't disagree with it. And the concept, the idea that we specifically prohibit something, that's the role of the State Board of Education. And that will allow local boards then to comply and not to be evasive.
Where is the language, if we can have this put together, I don't know how it can be formatted in time before our break or after our break so that we have it before we leave. But it is somewhat difficult to take this and then see exactly the pieces that you're talking about. I can follow your conversation and your presentation, but as far as understanding completely what you're referring to, as far as the, and I assume this would be an emergency rule that we would vote on, or would this be the
Be
normal,
pleasure of the
depending on
board. It could
board's
certainly come as an emergency
preference?
rule. It could come as early as next month. So, one of the things the governor and I discussed at the end of last week, and then I was in Mobile yesterday, and we were not able to talk, but is, and we could certainly do that. This is not part of what we discussed. We could kind of rearrange this and the things I just mentioned, bring you something after lunch that had those in it, if you'll give me a few minutes. But there may be more than that. And I think, Governor, with your permission, I think what the Governor was thinking about is other comments after today's discussion that people had, to get those to me and Mr. Swan no later than the 30th of July. And then we would turn around August 5th and get you, okay, we've pieced this all together. Then it wouldn't be cut and paste, but have something so you'd know clearly what you'd be asked to vote on August 12th. If you wanted to vote August 12th, obviously it doesn't have to be, there's no, I think the good thing, one of the good things in this conversation is because we all agree that there is not a crisis in our classrooms now because our courses study don't include it, that we don't have to hurry, but I think also that in conversations, many of you were hoping we could address something before we got too far into the school year. I heard from many of you, again, I'm being cautious not to cite any person, but from many of you, you're concerned that we that address the issue before the legislature convenes in January. And so that's really, if you think about it, that's like I think that's 5 board meetings before the legislature reconvenes. So if you wanted to do that, then that does make a little bit of a timetable crunch for us, even though it's several months, but things come quickly at us. But I could do that. I could take what I've just read to you, Dr. Reynolds' request, and put all of that into an updated version to bring back to look at after lunch. We wouldn't vote on it. Now, obviously, we don't vote on anything, but you could see all the pieces together rather than pieces apart.
The other part of this, go back to the language and the reference to believing something versus actually using words that actually show action and prohibitions or consequences. Again,
I think
obviously without a federal grant, they'll be at the state level, but there are federal grants that are being sent to locals that actually are specific to this particular issue to promote it. And that's another issue across the country. That's a discussion among state board members from across the country. How do we address that as far as implementation at the local level and using money that doesn't even flow through the state? I guess perhaps the education agency would receive it, but it would go directly to the locals. But there are other areas that if we do address an administrative code change, we need to make sure that we're covering all areas. And I've seen it in the past where our board we were the first to address the background checks, but of course we needed the legislative help in order to go beyond the state limits and use the FBI checks from other states. But the same could be said about character ed. We were the first to pass character education, and then the legislature followed our lead and added a couple of other words that became a part of our administrative code as a result of the change in the law. But in this particular situation, again, we know education and the structure and how to change it and address it, and we personally talk to parents and teachers, and we understand how it impacts, especially at the lower grade level, which is where so many of the parents are concerned about what the children are saying. And they need to, first of all, I mean, kindergartners don't need to be going to school and having to deal with some very difficult issues. And so many are at home perhaps, but let's let them enjoy being a child and as much as we can protect that innocence and that self-worth. But the fact that God created them very special. And so much of what parents are bringing to me does just the opposite. It questions how, God created me in an imperfect body. Well, God doesn't do that. But the point being that as we address it, we need to deal with this issue in a way that actually does something instead of taking a stand so that it looks like we've done something. And I agree that we need to deal with it in a very deliberative way and realize that as we put words on paper and as we adopt them, that they do have an impact, and it can be good or bad. But the discussion at the local level will continue, and it actually is heating up even more than I expected. And so for that reason, I do think that we need to address it. But we don't need to get into just making statements. We need to actually do something. It could be worse coming from the legislature, and we've certainly seen the results of some of the things that they've done.
Dr. Mackey, procedurally, if there's a resolution that comes before us in August, is it amendable at the August meeting or not? I assume procedurally, if we're an open meeting, anything you present is amendable, but I don't know what the law is. I also know I've had legislators indicate to me that they intend to bring some issues in the special session, and I know that they can't do that without the governor's authorization. I understand. I'm ignorant of that aspect of the law, but.
So with a special session, the legislature can add components to special session. They're not in governor's call, but only with a supermajority. A majority cannot do that.
Right.
I think it would take the same to make amendments in the meeting would take a supermajority.
Takes a supermajority to amend a proposal to
That's
the
right.
agenda?
Yes, takes a supermajority.
I'm not sure about that. Thank you.
Well, do we have any more suggestions for Dr. Mackey to consider as he pre-writes and gets us a copy after lunch?
Governor, do you have any problem with my suggestion that we include the copy of the administrative code as a substitute in your resolution?
Put paragraph 2 of your,
The paragraph 2 of the administrative code in your be it, or therefore be it resolved, because that deals with the term prohibition, which is the stance that the state board would deal with and that local boards and administrators would have to adhere to.
it suits me.
Thank you, ma'am. I didn't want to be contradictory to you. I respect you that much.
Any more suggestions?
Governor, if I could just say one thing, I think, and I wasn't here last time, so I apologize. I'm playing catch up, but I appreciate so much my fellow board members for expressing that we do not want hate in our schools. We do not want bullying in our schools, whether it's by educators or by other students. I think we want our schools to be safe havens for all of our students, no matter their religion, their gender, their income, their abilities, their home language, or any other difference. The schools that I visit, they welcome and they nurture every single student. Some show up 2 weeks after school starts. That's okay. They welcome them and encourage them to reach their potential. When I go to schools and I see lessons being taught by these dedicated teachers, some of the best lessons that I see are taught by educators that foster an environment of inquiry, of discovery, where the teacher presents the facts and then allows the students the freedom to explore those facts. Sometimes they debate, sometimes they disagree, but they will do so in a respectful environment. So I guess I appreciate so much all the research that y'all have done. You've done much more than I've been able to accomplish in this time. But I guess I want to leave with a note that we continue to respect the students, all students, and respect our educators who are so dedicated and trying their best to focus on our standards, course of study standards, and using the textbooks that we, the state board, have approved. And so, thank you. I guess, Dr. McCarty, what's so difficult for me about specifically critical race theory is that it begins with a conclusion and then teaches the facts. And so it doesn't allow for that, in my opinion, from all my study and research. It doesn't allow students to have that inquiry. It actually tells them at the beginning about the country they were born in. And it also offers them a message of hopelessness. And I say to myself, why would I teach a child that they're hopelessly locked in life because of the color of their skin? Or they have no hope because of their gender? And that's what critical race theory does teach. That because of the color of your skin or because of your sex, you have no hope. And I don't believe that. This is a country built on hope. And I believe that every child in Alabama can have a bright future. And it's up to us to set great policy. And so that is why I am absolutely opposed to this in the K-12 classroom. And it has everything to do with making sure that every child knows they have potential and that we're going to give them the very best of ourselves and our resources.
I agree.
Ms. West, may I comment on that? I agree with everything that you said. However, I wish as we go forward, as I said earlier, that we would go to the original critical race theory. What you're talking about has been what they call a splinter that came after or an add-on. So if we would go to the original, those who thought the process out because they saw explicit bias, they saw discrimination. If we would look at the original theory, I think we would not see hopelessness because that was not their desire at all.
Yes, ma'am. And I agree with you there. I agree with you, but what I'm saying, what is being taught to young people and why parents are so fearful is they are hearing a hopelessness. And that message and that stress in the classroom right now, after everything that we've been through in this pandemic, I think would be detrimental to our classrooms.
And it's a tragedy, the way it's being
Yes, ma'am.
taught, because that's not the true origin. Yes.
If I may. You're very knowledgeable about this, and it is difficult to figure out what is real and what is not real when talking about this situation, because you hear so many different opinions and ideas, but I have had many parents contact me, and this is a concern. They say, I have a fear that my child will be in the classroom and the teacher will call my child an oppressor. Is that an add-on? Or is
Yes,
that
it
part
is.
of
That was not the original intent. I would recommend that you get this book. And the professor doing the summer, he and his wife are in Seattle. However, they should be back in the fall. Maybe we could even get an audience there.
I had a parent of a special ed child who said, I can't bear the thoughts of my handicapped child being told that you are an oppressor.
No, that was not the
based
original
on your
content.
schedule?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am?
It seems that we are not totally clear about what we're talking about. And I think that we need to have a clear understanding of what critical race theory is. And like you said, there are so many opinions. I don't believe there's a person on this board that does not desire that all children feel safe and comfortable. I don't think there's a person on this board that does not desire for all kids to be respected and value their heritage. But it seems that we, as a board, are not clear about what we're trying to develop in this resolution. And so I know Dr. Mackey is going to make some revisions, but maybe we need some further discussions rather than rushing to pass something in August that we are not clear about today. This is too important. This is something that can impact the trajectory of our educational system for decades to come, to rush and make a decision in 1 month.
And Dr. Chestnut, the parent I was speaking of, has already withdrawn her child out of fear. And that concerns me. I don't want parents to start withdrawing their children from public schools out of fear.
And I understand that. I don't want anyone's child to feel unsafe. It doesn't matter what nationality they are. Every child deserves a safe environment to be educated in.
I think one thing that I hear what you're saying about further discussion. So just because we're asking you to come back with something after lunch, I don't think that is saying we're done talking. I hope not. We need, and no offense, I learn more from us talking together and bringing forth opportunities to investigate. But when I go home on my own, and you go home on your own, and you go home on your own, we need to be understanding, as you say, from a common platform, a common level field from which to draw. And if we just say, okay, we're done, let's go home and investigate and do more homework. I've done a lot of homework, but then that leads me down, I love the word splintering. I'm so splintered, my tree is falling apart. But, not to diminish the importance, but I think even if this is about all we speak this time, what is more important? So I just want to hope that you didn't think just because somebody called for, to me, if you just do cut and paste the way we used to do it, you wouldn't have to worry about all this other issues. But we need to keep talking and discussing and bringing forth, because I know for everybody in the audience, we have heard your voice, we have heard your concern, we have heard your fears. And from that, we need to be coming forth with, as you say, we don't need just beliefs, we need meat, a stance that says this is what the State Board of Education, what we require of our teachers to do and protect our kids. I know I didn't say that very well, and grammatically it was incorrect, so English teachers out there, please don't email me. But it is that point where we can all come back and all, but I think we need to be aware that the discussion has just got to keep going. And I think we are here, we're all here, let's go for it. And that's mine.
But it would be nice if we could get something done before school starts.
Absolutely.
I agree. I think that's important.
And we're not saying that it isn't, but I mean, I'm just saying, just because we call for something doesn't mean that we can't get to an end point. So, sorry.
Governor, I'd just like to add one, based on some of the things that have been said, shared. I agree that we do need to go ahead and address it for many reasons, and so many of the reasons have already been expressed. I think anytime that you have this much discussion, an issue that draws away from the focus on reading and math and the things that we really need to address immediately, it's not going to go away. But if we address it, our goal as a board should be to help return that focus and maintain that focus on things like reading and math, and not issues that, obviously, if we have to spend this much time discussing something as adults, how can it be helpful to little people? And that's where I'm hearing from the mother of a child. It's in a mixed race, marriage family. It's a biracial child who has been given this book for the father to read at home. And the mother's concern is, which parent do I think is bad because of what is presented in this particular book, which is obviously beyond the level where it should be anyway. But that was one of my first telephone calls, and I believe this mother also talked to Dr. Reynolds at one point. You may not know who I'm talking about because she didn't share a lot of her family background. But she lives in this Tri-County area. This is an issue that has been held in her heart, and she shared with many people because of the concern not only for her child, but for other children. And obviously, a kindergarten and first grader, I understand that the discussion's been that it's included in law school, perhaps in some colleges and particular programs, and maybe political science and other areas. But for us to have to deal with this down the road from the standpoint of it starts in the classroom, many of the teachers who've talked to me, and I'm sure to others, have expressed that this is not an area I really need to focus, where I need to focus my time. I need to focus my time on reading. I need to focus my time on helping children learn math, basic math. Those are the areas. This isn't elementary school. This isn't in high school even. It's not in elective classes where I can remember even in high school over at Jeff Davis, we had some discussions, but those were elective classes. They were not even in civics classes that were required. And they were good discussions. But the fact is that this is an issue that if we have to spend this much time discussing this issue, it's obviously something we need to address, and especially at the lower grade level. And that's where, again, I'm hearing from parents, a lot of parents.
I'll make this comment and then my wife slaps me if I say another thing. I think it's incumbent on this board to take a position. I think that we have not mentioned critical race theory in this resolution, and that's important. We've commented on equality, and there's a reverse side to persons being told you're disadvantaged because you're one race. I'm American Indian and Caucasian, and I've assured my children you get no advantage. You earn it, regardless of what your background is. And there's one component in the changes in the CRT that has that statement too, that if you're white, you get advantages. I don't believe that's true. Certainly I don't allow my children and grandchildren to enjoy that. And I was born in the 40s, so I've dealt with a number of situations, but I think that as an elected official, we all should come up with something that we can agree on and provide guidance to our local boards and actually take a position. That's why I suggested the language of specifically prohibits in the language now, and I will now relinquish my comments.
So Governor, with that, what I would propose, let me take this and work on something else to bring back to the board after lunch, and we'll share it with you. I know you've got another engagement to get to, and then take comments from board members, additional comments through the end of July, the 30th, if you would. I think that's a Friday, and then we would turn around by the next Thursday and make any changes. Now, this doesn't mean everybody gets everything they want, right? But because we have what we feel consensus, but we would come with something to in that August 5th that then could be voted on the 12th, if the board so wants to. If the board votes it down, the board votes it down. If the board says if a majority of you ask me to pull it, or certainly you, Governor, as president, say we want to pull this and wait till September and have another discussion about it, then we want to serve what the pleasure of the board. It is a difficult topic. It is something, obviously, that our teachers, I think, we have great teachers out there that want to cover difficult topics. And they don't want to be put in a position, because we've heard from many sides, again, teachers don't want to be put in a position where they feel like they cannot tackle a tough topic. But at the same time, we hear from parents, they just kind of, and the parents we've heard from, 99.9%, they aren't concerned about anything that's happened. They're concerned about things they think might happen in the future. So we have to be cautious. Now, we've gotten some outliers. We were asked to ban a book about the childhood of Martin Luther King Jr. because the parent doesn't like Martin Luther King Jr. And I said, we're not even going to justify those kinds of requests, because that is not but that is, to me, that's got to be outside. That's outlier. That's outside this conversation, because I don't think anybody at this table would think that was appropriate. We are not about banning books. So it's just know that there are those outliers out there, but for the most part, what we're hearing from are people who have very legitimate concerns on all sides, and it makes it really hard for you as a board to set policy that. But I know you all agree what you want. You've said it. You want children to feel safe. You want children to feel unencumbered. You want children to come to school to learn to read and write and nobody to worry about if they're going to be bullied. And parents want to make sure their children are dealt with that way. And if it were that easy, you know what? We probably would only meet once a year, because there wouldn't be things to work on. But it's not that easy. There's always work to be done. So with that, Governor, I know you've got another engagement. I think that's as much as I can cram into this. And our lunch is not ready yet, so I would suggest, Dr. Richardson, if the governor has to leave, that we go ahead and finish up what we could, and then during the lunch break, though, I'll get this together.
Dr. Mackey, let me ask you this procedurally. If we assume that there will be a resolution on the agenda, and you propose something on a date on the 5, does it take a supermajority to remove it from the agenda, or just one individual who objects to it being on the agenda?
Change the agenda is two-thirds vote.
So if it's our assumption that it's going to be on the agenda as we leave this work session, then it will take a supermajority to take it off the agenda.
To remove it from the agenda.
It will be on the agenda somewhere. Thank you.
That's if the agenda is, once the agenda is adopted by the board.
Right.
So for instance, say if we put out the advance agenda always a week before, and then if Governor Ivey were to say, hey, I want this taken off the agenda, and so we never bring it to you. When we bring you, when you adopt the agenda, I know that's just kind of sleepy time at meetings, but you're setting the agenda for that day. The governor, as president of the board, can amend the agenda any time up until she calls for you to vote on the agenda for that day. But once it comes to you for a vote, you can either vote it up or down. And if somebody said, I want to amend it, it takes 2/3 then to amend the proposed agenda.
But if it's not on the agenda, we could add it with a 2/3 vote.
And you can also completely vote it down and then replace it with a completely new one if it has a majority vote to replace it, without having a supermajority. So there are ways, and we've done that before, several times. But yes, there are ways to do that that are appropriate according to Robert's rules. But the intent should be that we are, as a board, able to come up with something. It shouldn't be controlled by one board member. It should be a majority. And in this case, if you wanted to delete, replace, whatever you want to do, there are ways that you can change the agenda with just the majority or the supermajority, depending on how you do it.
Thank you.
But with the administrative code, it does make it a little bit different if you have the administrative code change on there.
And we will have a temporary administrative code and a permanent
That's
administrative
up
code.
to the board.
That's what we, is that correct, Dr. Mackey?
Well, that's up to discussion. I think that's what we're discussing,
When we
and
come
that's
back?
the governor wants to hear from everybody. We decide what to do. Governor, does that sound good? I have my marching orders.
My sense is we're ready to wrap up the discussion today and let you pull all this together and give us a new draft after lunch.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay? So the other things, just to let you know, you've got your quarterly budget analysis here, questions. Please send those to Mr. Craig. He does we, as you know, as I mentioned to you before, so we do this on a regular basis by area heads of the department. We each look at our own area, but this is pulled together for all the areas together. I don't have any, we're not going to do a slideshow on it unless there's specific questions, but certainly you can ask those questions after today too. We don't expect you to have those questions today. I want to remind you that Thursday afternoon at 1:30, I think, I may check my time, but we have the webinar on contract process. And I know that got delayed before because several people had conflicts. And so that's been rescheduled for this Thursday afternoon as a training for the board. It is that right, 1? It's at 1, not at 1:30. Thank you, Ms. Norman. One of us needs to be able to keep the calendar. Better you than I. So at 1 o'clock on Thursday with that. And again, we did not prepare, or obviously y'all asked us not to do much presentations today because our folks are gone. In August, when we come back though, be thinking about these things. One, we'll have we've got a large presentation on career tech. Just several, there have been lots of questions here and there, and so Dr. Hull's just pulled it together and doing one big omnibus presentation. We're excited about that. And we will begin discussing the budget request of the legislature when they come back in January 22. So just a quick reminder, what happens now is we have to have to the governor and her fiscal office by November 1st the board's budget request. Since it has to be there by November 1st, means we have to vote on it at the October meeting, and thus we have to go through it in the September work session. So we start that process in August where so be thinking about areas that you think you'd like to plus up, questions that you have about last year's recommendations. We're going to send you some things after today's meetings, basically last year's request, just to kind of jog your memory, things we talked about. Then we'll discuss that some in August and then have a formal discussion in September for that vote in October. And so that's it for our part, Governor, and then we'll...
We have board members'
questions. May I ask a question that I think, certainly before the governor goes, and I appreciate the fact that you've appointed a committee that has its last meeting, I think, on July the 19th in response to the piece of legislation that removes some of the oversight in the construction of, in our case, K-12 schools. I know that committee has been meeting and deliberating, and I've had some contact. My dad was an engineer, and so I have friends in that business, in that industry and profession as well. But the questions that I have to do with our department, and one in particular, I know that part of what you were able to do, Governor, in looking through some problems that were brought to your attention, part of it is that there are some documents that are supposed to come from the department, our department. I understood from some people that the department was advocating this piece of legislation, but especially in light of what happened in Florida with some of the structures there and what has happened in the past. I know in Enterprise, there probably would have been changes made to the old Enterprise High School to protect students, and they have made those changes with the new building in terms of tornadoes. But in K-12, we cannot stress the importance of safety, And I have a couple of questions which I will pass on, but one of them has to do with the development of a form that was supposed to be created. I have not seen that in any of my memos, but there's supposed to be a form created by the department. And has there been any input at all or discussion within the department or input from the design and construction industry like architects, professional engineers, contractors, with regards to saving money? A fee surveys, I have some more information is attached. I know that it's a very minimal cost. I think it's like $2,000 on the average to have inspections after the fact, but a lot of the changes in the oversight included that particular inspection, which could cost as little as $1,000 or up to $2,500. And it says by law, design drawings by professional engineers are required for HVAC replacements. And projects done without an engineer would be considered the practice of engineering without a license and would be subject to discipline by the licensing board. There are a lot of things that I don't know whether this department has started that process, and has a committee been appointed at all?
Sure. So if you'll pass those along, of course, the governor appointed has a commission working on that.
Right.
They've met once. Their next meeting's July 19th. You said their last meeting. I'm not sure that
Well, maybe it's a hearing.
their next meeting.
Yes, it's a hearing.
Our person is Brandon Payne. No responsibilities of this department changed when the new law passed. And the forms that are referred to are the forms that we've been using forever, that Perry Taylor always checked, that when they do a contract with a new architect, we have to go through that and make sure that so there are no new forms. It's the same old forms we've always used.
I know Perry was an architect.
He is.
You have an architect?
We're still looking for an architect.
Yeah, okay, so we still don't
But
have
Perry's still helping us with that.
Okay, good.
He's volunteered and coming back with that. But, so none of our forms changed. And that commission is gonna make recommendations, if they wanna make recommendations to further changes in the law, which would come to the legislature. I think it says that they have to have their recommendations by next February 1st or something.
But they don't have what our department is going to be using. So if you can, I'll give you these questions, I'll send them to you.
Yeah, just do
But if you can
that.
send us, and I'm sure I'm not the only one who will receive that question. So if you can send us those forms, and right here, these are just a few examples of problems that, because they were not inspected when they should have been in the past, these are some horrible things that have happened, and if anybody wants to look at them.
Well,
I
can't, just want to be clear, inspections fall under the Department of Construction Management. We do not oversee building inspections, and do not, under the laws it passed and changed, none of that changed. We do not oversee any inspections. And that was the only, we obviously weren't involved in the day-to-day except that one thing. Everybody who asked me about it, I said, please do not put our department in charge of building inspections. I do not want that responsibility.
Well, I know they lowered the amount, or increased the amount, lowered the amount. And so the bottom line is that it was stated that we were supporting it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if individual board members talking to people about that, or yeah, just send that to.
And if you send the forms, that would be good.
Yeah.
Dr. Mackey, while we were waiting for lunch.
Yes. So.
That's good, didn't
You want to take a break? We'll take a break.
Okay.
You want a restroom break?
Y'all need a restroom break?
Lunch will be ready in a few minutes.
I think it's about 12.
That's how I meet these days.
Until 11:45.
Order.
We're gonna get
A little thing. Bang the hammer.
It's not a little thing, it's your hammer.
All right, my gavel. We're on number 2, board members' questions. I think Dr. Reynolds, you have.
Yes, I would commend the state superintendent for working late. I got an email Friday that he released at 7:30 p.m. on Friday about the Center for Disease Control and prior actions by our State Health Officer Dr. Harris and actions by our Attorney General Marshall. And that, amazingly enough, has floated up to be as important as CRT in my constituents.
Same here.
And so I communicated with Dr. Mackey, and he's always been very, very responsive. But this board will have to respond, and the local boards, over the requirement of masks and vaccinations. And we are not directed by the CDC, but they're a significant part of our national government. And I've asked our attorney and others to give us a directive from the health department. And as a former administrator in the health department, I know how powerful they are in requiring things. Like measles vaccines, and those of us that dealt with blue cards know that those things govern us as much as anything. But I've asked for input from Dr. Harris, and I think you've been in touch with him according to the text you sent me, and Dr. Marshall, to clarify their position subsequent to the release of the CDC late Friday. Because we're not, as a state board, going to get in that morass of masking and vaccinations without guidance from those governing bodies that really should advise us.
Well, so I can give you that, and the board can weigh into this if you want.
I don't
It would
necessarily
be a
want
little
to today.
different than last year. So let me explain what happened last year. The governor had a state of emergency, and under that state of emergency, there was a health order that required wearing of masks, but except in certain conditions. The governor's state of emergency and the health order have expired in Alabama. The CDC has not changed its guidance on masking, has not changed its guidance. And in my conversations with Dr. Harris this week, he made it clear that they follow, the state health department follows CDC. And so the recommendation is still out there that people who have not been vaccinated wear a mask, including, of course, anyone up to 14. And that would include in school. What I said was that after discussion with the governor, because that authority came not from the board, but from the governor's state of emergency, that there would be no such requirement coming from the state. I didn't say the State Department of Education or the state school board. There was no such requirement coming from the state for this coming year. Now, if the board wanted to say, but we're going to require masks because the CDC recommends it, that would be a board. You could do that, I think, but I don't know that you want to do that, but you could, I think. Dr. Harris does not want to do that. So what he's going to put out is something that says that if that's what CDC recommends, that's what they recommend. But he's not going to require it. So the step the board could take is if you wanted to require that of local boards, I think you can, but you did not do that last year. So just be aware of that. But that's up to the board if that's what you want to do. The other piece, and it would affect, of course, all of our schools. I need to say that piece too. Dr. Harris's order, under the authority of the governor's emergency, applied to all schools, public and private. You could only, obviously, do that for public schools. So you could not apply it to private schools if you wanted to require masking. The vaccines, Dr. Harris's position has not changed on that. CDC recommends it. There has, as you know, the Attorney General, our Attorney General and two others wrote a letter to the CDC asking them, it was a very long letter, but if you get the last paragraph, asked for two things. One, notify people of any possible side effects, including myocarditis and pericarditis, that occur very, very, very rarely, but can occur after vaccines. And so he asked for that, and then asked that they not make, that CDC leave it an emergency rule, but not make it a permanent rule as far as approval of COVID vaccines for children, that they not permanently approve those vaccines, but only leave them as emergency approvals. And I don't know if the CDC has reacted to his letter or not.
No.
We weren't even copied on the letter, so I mean it's floated out there somehow. It's gotten publicly released, so if there's letters going back and forth between those three attorneys general and the CDC, I'm not privy to those. But I do know that Dr. Harris, as Chief Medical Officer for the state, his recommendations have not changed. He is going to put that in. I know you asked me to get that in writing from him. He's going to put that in writing. They recommend that all people get vaccinated unless there is a medical reason that their healthcare provider would tell them there's a medical reason for them not to be vaccinated. That is all adults and children who are eligible for the vaccine. Their recommendation is the same. Now, they have no intention, though, this is where you get into recommendations and requirements. They have no intention, you've asked me several times about the blue card, of adding it to the blue card as a required vaccination. So, for instance, the health department recommends you get the flu shot every year. They do not require the flu shot. They do require that you have a measles vaccination to go to public school or college. And I think even private schools actually for that one. But
Yes.
So those are requirements. But he says they have no intention to add it to the required vaccination list. But they do recommend it. And so I think that's getting a little bit confusion out there. Some people are confused between when the health department comes out with a statement recommending it, and of course, it's been more than a statement because they're doing billboards, they're doing newspaper ads, it's on social media, it comes up on my YouTube at least every other day. Department of Public Health advertisement pushing vaccination, but not requiring vaccinations. One more thing. May I say one more thing?
Sir.
Because I have had questions. People said, because I made comments after the last board meeting and since, and I'm just going to tell the truth. It's hard not to, but about sports and activities and vaccination and quarantine. So here's the way that goes. I mean, this is just the way it is. If the COVID-19 is still what's called a notifiable disease, just like whooping cough. If we know that there's a case, by law, we must, as educators, we must report it to the Department of Public Health. You know that. I know you're a public health person. But we also have to report that and cooperate with them to identify close contacts. Now, we're not doing the contact tracing, but that does not mean it won't be done. Because if we have a student this fall, today, but let's say after school starts, who is positively identified to have COVID-19, not suspected, but they've had a test and they're positive, then they have to be in quarantine for a number of days. And I know that's changed some. It was 14, and now it's 10 and certain symptoms. But for a number of days, they have to be in quarantine. Any close contacts that they've had, which is a person who's been within 6 feet of them for 15 minutes or more in a 24-hour period, cumulative, must also go into self-isolation for a number of days. I think it's 10 days now. There's some situations where it's 7. But what I was saying, and that this is just the way it is. Let's say we have a volleyball player who's positive, and when ADPH does contact tracing, they find that 6 more volleyball players and 2 coaches and some cheerleaders have all been close contacts. Then those people will be ordered into self-isolation. That has not changed unless, this is a big caveat, they have been vaccinated. And the rule says if you've been vaccinated, you are not subject to those quarantine orders. And I've said that over and over because it's just the truth that people need to know. Now, am I saying that everybody in the volleyball team needs to get vaccinated? That is a parental decision. Parents need to make those decisions for their children. But here's what I'm concerned about. Dr. Reynolds has heard me say this personally, and some of y'all have too. That situation is going to happen in September this year.
Yes.
And 3 of the young ladies on the volleyball team are not going to be subject to quarantine because they've had the vaccine. And 3 more are going to be subject to quarantine because they have not had the vaccine. And there is nothing I can do about that at the time. And that's where I'm afraid. I don't want any parent to go into this school year not understanding what the rules are.
Can you put that in writing and something that we can have prepared already So that when we are contacted, right now, I'm just giving them what I know, and that is the basic, some of the things you
Sure.
shared. But primarily, because this is the way we've done this in Alabama, I'm referring them back to the local board and the local superintendent and the local policies that are set by those entities, because that's the only way that we've done it so far, other than the guidance and the requirements from the state level. So
Sure.
if we can have that in a very
Concise form, not
concise
50
form,
pages.
and you don't have to go, share, but some of the details, actually, like the volleyball team players, that's helpful. And just give it as an example and not saying you're going to have to.
Right.
But the reality is that those are some scenarios that could be expected.
Ms. Bell, that's why, when I mentioned the Attorney General, Marshall,
I understand.
one of the longest, let me, please,
No, I understand.
one of the longest and most significant complaints I received was from Marshall County, which is the home county of Steve Marshall.
Right.
It was about masking and vaccine and all that
Yes.
stuff. And with the CDC ruling out there,
Yes.
which is a governance that we have, a suggestion,
Yes.
I want the Attorney General to give us some expression of the impact of the CDC and the state health officer and our role and local people. Because I think he wrote such a long letter already, he could probably put together something with,
That's fine, but I still think that having.
and I
something
think,
from our
well,
superintendent-
but it has to be
But I've read it.
substantiated
I've read
with, it has to be substantiated with a legal basis, and that's the Attorney General, which will also provide guidance for the governor and other departments.
Right, but I do think it'd be helpful to have something from an education-related leader, and that's where I think that if you choose to include some of what or all of what Dr. Reynolds has mentioned, that's certainly appropriate, but at least we would have something that everyone can grasp, they can read it, and we can share it. Even if you want to add the part about local policy, and that's how we've done it. However you want to construct it, I think it's appropriate to be able to share that as board members, because that's another issue that certainly will start.
Keeps
Well,
coming up, yeah.
Yeah, and we
Exactly.
all need to
Yes.
have the same information, because
Yes.
what you pull out, I may not have heard it exactly, so, yeah, something that we all understand would be great.
Okay, Dr. McCarty, yeah, come on.
Could we have a link on the website?
Oh,
So if
good.
something
That's a good idea.
changes,
Yeah,
and that way we can send everybody to the
Love
website,
it.
and if something were to change,
They
it's
change.
noted right away, and we all have
Maybe one of
access.
those graphics those nice new
Yeah.
graphics
Yes.
that keep sliding by.
That'd be
so you
great.
just
But I will say
Right.
the
Got it.
website is difficult for a lot of people to access. They keep trying to put in ALSDE, not EDU, and they don't get there, they get something else. And so the combination of both.
Can we have the website shift, you know how sometimes
Yeah.
when websites are in development, they automatically, and they
And
say,
it
if you
has
don't
been
go here
doing
in a few
that, but
seconds,
yeah,
you.
yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
that
it's
link
been
on
doing
it.
that, but I understand this morning it was not forwarding people to
Okay.
the right site, so.
No.
Well,
We're working
that's
on
good.
it.
And
Yes,
yesterday
you're
too,
right.
and the day before that actually. So
But it
maybe
should
it's just-
redirect
Do we have
Yes.
time for one more
Yes, one
question?
more question.
Were you gonna ask?
No, I'm good.
Are you good?
Yes.
Can we get a quick, just 2-minute update on Teams, what we're doing, what we're in
Sure.
process of doing with Teams?
Sure, so the Teams Act, we rolled out the model contract, and most districts, of course, they can amend it somewhat, but most of them are using the model contract that's required. We know there have actually already been some approved by districts. We're still getting questions in, but you know that once the district approves the contract, then they submit to Mr. Craig. They'll get the reimbursement for those teachers' salaries beginning in October. Beginning in September.
Okay.
So we'll get one check in this fiscal year. We're still getting a lot of questions about them. The main questions that we're getting are related to teacher schedules, actually. So, that's the law says they have to be teaching math or science full-time. There are some provisions, like they can be teaching computer science as a part of that. Engineering classes, some engineering classes count, but we're actually having to go through in many cases and piece by piece look at that. Now, one of the things that was very clear, the law says full-time math or science. So, like if they're doing half a day of weightlifting because they coach, we cannot approve that. They can still do that, but they can't move to a team's contract. So they're having to, some districts are having to change teachers' schedules and say, you know, we're going to use somebody else to do weightlifting. You're going to be teaching math full-time. It's actually brought some things to light about that. I mean, we have a real shortage of math science teachers, and whereas I don't begrudge anybody, and we want coaches and we want people that help kids with all things. But like really, if we have math teachers out there that are teaching weightlifting, we have to rethink about how we get them teaching math because it's so important, and maybe do more other things after school or use other teachers, health, physical education teachers for that. So a lot of districts are having to rethink the way they think about teacher assignment. I know we had one, I think, Ms. Siegel, you referred to somebody this week. We tried to help them with their scheduling. So that has been a little bit of an issue, but we have gotten a lot of positive response. The only real negatives we are still getting a little bit of is from special education community wanting something similar for special needs teachers. And we are, I would be very open to that. Other states have done something. I think California did something very similar just for special needs teachers, because that's what I hear. In fact, at the mega conference, that was the number one concern I heard from superintendents and principals. That's not scientific, just people passing, getting ready for next year. I know one specifically told me that they had not one applicant in the whole county. It was a small county now, I think 5 schools. They had not one applicant for any of their open special education jobs. Not one. So they can't even interview and rank if they're good or bad. They had not one applicant for any of those jobs. And that's a real concern and a growing concern, more so in some parts of the state than others.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. And Dr. Richardson, are we going to be able to continue asking questions?
Yes, we will.
Okay.
We're going to pick up
Okay.
right there. All right, so this is 11, yes, 11:52.
I was like, I don't want to lose my.
No, don't forget. Okay, it's 11:52. We'll reconvene at 12:40.
Very good.
12:40.
12:40.
Okay, well, I'm going to my typer.
And get on. Ms. Bell, I think you had asked your question. Do you have any more questions? For right now?
I don't think so.
Not right now, but if you do,
Yeah, it's too close to lunch. Remember after school, after lunch, you never wanted English or one of those other classes.
that's right, I understand. Okay.
So I can wake up.
All right, thank you.
I think we need to qualify, we had the best lunch.
Yeah.
So if y'all
Wonderful.
are snoring or burping, we'll apologize in advance.
That's it. Okay, Dr.
Well, I do, but they're not the people here to answer the question.
Okay, wait.
Andy, he said he's coming.
Okay,
After he has
Wait, who is
coming?
trying to do that? Okay.
President Blackberry Cobbler.
Okay,
And
I didn't know if
Dr.
you needed him or not. He's
Yeah.
supposed to, you
He's
need
working
Dr.
on it.
McElroy.
well, if you can answer all these questions, that'd be fine.
Let me see what he is.
I
And you-
she can.
I mean, but,
Yeah, I
you
bet
know.
you should.
I can't, I didn't know.
You're here, ready to go. If I had a question for you, I would ask it.
She can answer, she's been here longer than I have, so she knows everything.
I didn't know we were,
I've missed 6 meetings.
we were waiting, I thought.
We have a
Well, I didn't realize either. I thought.
Well, I thought he was standing right up there, so I didn't.
Who do you need, Andy?
Well, I need Dr. Andy.
Okay,
I understand.
Well, yeah, text Andy and tell him to come on and have Dr.
that's what I'm
Mack come
about to
up.
do. We need them. My phone may have been, what's
Now,
working?
Andy doesn't need to be I mean, he doesn't have to be up there doing the typing. No, Andy's doing it.
I don't have a signal. Trying to call.
Oh, it's so hard in this room.
I'm behaving, I
So
swear.
how do you,
There's me, Donna.
I'll give it to you.
Hang on, we got an email.
because I gotta.
Because I had to reschedule.
Well, you have to go to the state house, it's
370
Upstairs.
Because I was just there yesterday.
Okay, the lectures.
oh, we just had.
Yes, I had to cancel because of my mom. And I rescheduled, so.
Well, he told me I was calling.
Yes, they're there today.
Me, and I don't know anything about it. I was like, I don't have anything. So I may have to get you to introduce me.
I've been to,
Just go up here.
talked to the Jefferson County
They all do shoot one of those, I can't afford them.
What's that?
and I didn't.
No, that's not.
That was yesterday.
Whatever it is that's.
There's nobody to ask questions to,
Yeah,
so.
that's right. Here we
Dr.
go.
McCarty has no questions.
Of you, write it down, of you.
But parlaying into that,
Yes.
to whom do we send our questions since Jeff is retiring?
Yeah.
So what do you
To-
want us to do?
So for right now, to Angela,
Okay.
we're working on a Jeff replacement So I'm hoping in August to have a recommendation for you on that, but.
So, I mean.
Working hard, yeah, it'll come. There's just no way we can, I won't have any hair left, and I'll be twitching in both eyes without somebody to fill that position.
Well,
But,
and I don't mean to be rude, but have you told Angela we're gonna?
yeah, she knows. Yeah,
That's a good question.
Forewarn her.
yeah,
Here
she
we
knows
come.
they're coming to her for now.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay, thank you.
But hopefully, what, ma'am?
You don't have her number?
Okay, I'll get it to you today.
And me too.
Yeah.
Just send it to
Yeah,
everybody.
if y'all don't
That's the
have that.
easiest thing.
Well,
But
when
now,
I spoke to her, she was worried that maybe they hadn't changed it over to her name versus Dr. Boyd, so everybody might be a little
Okay.
uncertain.
well, but Jeff's gonna be here to the end of this month. So right now, still Jeff.
Okay.
Everything comes to Jeff. He's good. He's working
he's
every
good.
day, and he's upstairs.
This one,
But
I keep getting more and more emails.
Okay.
about
in August,
Yeah.
hopefully, we'll have. My goal is to bring your name in August, and then we will.
Yeah.
I didn't hear the name.
You can make it.
But you know, somebody can't start the next day, so we'll have a couple
Correct.
months in there.
Okay, now officially,
Okay.
Well, that
Dr.
was my
McCarty,
first question.
that
No,
was
that's
official,
good. That's very
but
good.
she had another one. Okay.
Oh, don't you just wish it was
That's
one?
the way.
No, okay, first of all, Dr.
Yeah.
Mackey, can you update us on ESSA? I
Oh,
know there was some
ESSA
amendment,
amendment,
right,
yes.
right, that in part, one question
Yeah.
I was getting about the apprenticeships.
Yeah.
What's
So we asked for
status?
several things in there, and I can't tell you all of those, and again, everybody's gone, but I can outline the biggest one. So one, on our college and career ready standards, so we have 6 ways you can do CCR defined. We asked to add apprenticeship, if they complete an apprenticeship. You know that Josh Laney, I know you know Josh, some of you know Josh used to be in our department and now runs the state's Office of Apprenticeship out of Commerce. And so if it was an apprenticeship that was approved by his office, which I sit on that board, or if they were a career tech completer, so they had finished 3 courses in a sequence that got them a certificate saying they were a career tech completer, even if they had not sat for an exam, that a career tech completer would count as CCR. So those were the 2 big things on CCR. We also asked for preliminarily some of the changes that'll be because of the COVID. This is part the feds ask us. They ask us to ask them, but to like reset our benchmarks and those kind of things. So we'll have a new test. It'll be post-COVID, and so they ask all the states that if you said you were going to reach certain goals by, I think ours was maybe 2033, and they ask you to say, we want you to rewrite those goals and stretch them out to 35 because of the COVID year. So all of that is in there too. So the status of that is nothing. It is crickets. And we're worried about that because we submitted the amendments after the 30 days. We have to do 30 days public notice, all that. We submitted them under the Trump administration. And since then, of course, we've changed administrations. And since the new administration's come in, we've heard nothing, which is a little bit bizarre because usually you get a lot of questions. So they want to sit down. We have a regional person, and that person will want to sit down with Angela Martin and Shantia Washington and Molly Killingsworth and ask a lot of questions about our request and why do you want this and what do you think, why do you think this will make things better? We've not even been asked to sit down and ask questions. Now, it did not surprise us when the outgoing administration didn't do that because they were for the last couple of months, an administration's very short-handed because they have so many people taking other jobs. And so these things just get kind of filed. But by now, we thought that the new administration would have taken up amendments. And, as I make excuses for them, one of the things we're hoping is because they've also, had the ESSER 3 applications that we just turned in. Or actually, ours is still, we turned ours in June 23rd. So they were having to take all those in too. And so we're thinking maybe because they had so many staff working on that, they've just put all the amendments on the table. but we don't know for sure. And it does put us in a weird position next year because we're going into a school year when those things won't count. So apprenticeship and those other changes to CRT, we were counting on being able to use those for the graduating class of 22. And it looks like that will not be allowed. It might, because they might do it and make it retroactive, but our schools are going to start not knowing if those things are going to be in place or not. So we really have been kicked down the road for a year. But now the good news is nobody's denied it or indicated it will be denied. It's just, we really don't know where it is. We don't know. I mean, we know it was received, but they've been really quiet about the process. Now remember that they are very, slow about staffing up. The Trump administration was slow about staffing up too. But like there still is not, there's the Secretary of Education, Miguel Cardona, who's obviously confirmed. But then under that, there's a deputy that's over elementary and secondary. And then there's somebody for higher ed, because they do everything. Well, we still don't have a deputy for elementary and secondary. There's an assistant, he's like an assistant to an assistant who's acting in as the deputy for now. And doing a good job. He is responsive, but he obviously doesn't do the day-to-day, those kind of things, reading amendments and applications. And if they're not filling those positions, then they're not yet hiring people under that. So,
would you email
Not sure.
us, like if you were to hear something before
Oh,
next
absolutely.
month?
yes.
And just tell us, give us a status update if something changes.
Yeah,
If
absolutely.
it doesn't, there's no
We
need
will,
to.
and I'm without using any names, but Dr. McCarty and I have had another conversation on this, so I want to bring this up. Not a board member, but we were asked by another constituent about another amendment. Well, we can't file another amendment until we get word on this amendment, and so then they kept responded, well, can we ask to amend our current amendment? And so I looked into that, and the answer is no. We would have to withdraw our amendment and then go through the 30-day public comment period and all that again and start the process over from the bottom. So what we want to do is continue to push this one through and then work on, there's some legitimate things that we can talk about for amendments for next year, but generally the window for submission is in February, March. COVID kind of threw things off, so we're not sure what the new submission window is going to be. They may not have a submission window. They may say, we're not going to take amendments in 2023. We don't know. And they could reject all the requests that came in under the past administration, but I don't think that's their intention right now. But just so you know that too, if anybody asks, well, what about, there's not a way to speed up the process. It's a good question.
Thank you, and you mentioned like test scores and that sort of thing, so ACAP. Do we know when the schools will get their scores back?
Schools, so we'll have a full presentation to you on everything at the September work session. They will come back to the schools in mid-August. They come back in mid-August. I think it's August 16th. But they're embargoed, so I don't want the public thinking they're going to get them immediately. They're embargoed first because there's like a 2-week period where they can look at them, and I don't know what they would, what's the word, not protest, but if they say they're wrong,
Right.
but there is a period of time where the schools can say, appeal, thanks, Dr. Chestnut. Yeah, so we don't just make them live immediately. They could come back and say, whoa, these are not our data. So there's a 2-week period of that, which takes you up to around the 1st of September. And so the schools will get them earlier than the public will get them. And then we'll do a full presentation to the board in September. There is, we have a TAC committee meeting. You ask short questions, I'm giving long answers. So our TAC committee
What does that mean?
is our technical advisory committee. And so we have 2 committees working on this. So one, DRC, who's our vendor that develops the test and scores it and all that for us. It's Data Recognition Corporation out of Minneapolis. They have a technical committee that looks at the responses to help guide us in setting those levels, level 1, 2, 3, 4, what's grade level, what's below grade level, above grade level, proficiency, all those terms we educators like to throw out. But then we as a state are required to have our own technical advisory committee, and ours is it's mostly people in state. It's mostly statisticians from Alabama and Auburn. There are a few other people on there, but they're all statistical geniuses, and they are looking. They don't have the data yet, but they're looking at pre-data. So they're very concerned about the setting standards based on a COVID year, because there's what they call, of course, you've heard the term RTI, response to instruction. So students are supposed to respond to instruction. That term has a much deeper meaning. But if the students weren't instructed in something, then they're not expected to do so well in the test. And their concern is that with students being in and out of school, with there being so many students remote for so much of the year, that we cannot kind of guarantee the level of instruction that students have had. And so making determinations on those data are going to be hard. Now, we will make them, but they'll have a big asterisk beside them, is my expectation. And then next spring, we'll get a little closer. And every time we give the test, our data will become more and more accurate. And that happens anytime, Dr. McCarty, you know that. But they are particularly worried and have expressed it to me, both in person, on Zoom meetings, and writing multiple times, that they are really worried about saying this child is a level 1 if they scored a 233, and a level 2 is a 234. That 1 point is going to be the difference in you being a level 1 or a level 2 in a year at the end of COVID. And that they want to make sure that when those scores go public, that nobody, paints a child or a teacher or a school into a box based on those data. So just so you know, that's coming. We have an all-day TAC committee meeting soon. I don't know, it's on my calendar. And I've been going to, not all of them. Maggie Hicks is at mega conference, but Maggie, of course, goes to all of them. And they've been deeply engaged in these conversations. But I either am in there for a little short while, or some of them I've stayed for the whole time, or then they give me a summary afterward. But the next one is, I think it's like a 4-hour meeting. And Leanne asked me if she could schedule other things during that time. Actually, just a couple of days ago, and I said, no, we're getting too close. It's too big. The data are too important. Let's try to keep it open. They may say they don't want me in there the whole time, but let's try to keep it open so I could be in and out. But those are coming. Yes.
I think when they first presented to us, they said that the schools would get 25% of the questions.
Yep.
Will those 25% of the questions come when the scores come?
I don't think so immediately. That's a good question. Wait, somebody put that down. I'm trying to look. Nobody in the room probably knows the answer to that, unless Mark Dixon does. He's not listening to the question. So here's how they're doing it. Right now, in July, we're talking about the DRC writing new questions.
Yes.
So teachers are right now, we have competency setting committees. So by the way, it's not just the TAC committee, but teachers volunteer to also look at the questions and help set these competency levels, and writing new questions. So teachers write those. I can't tell you exactly when the old ones are released, but they are working on the process of developing the new replacements already, and have been on that. But I'll have to ask exactly when. Now the process we have used has been loading those into Scantron, because we still have the old Scantron, and we can load our own test questions into that. That's an issue we're dealing with internally, because if we don't continue that relationship with Scantron down the road, then we've got to figure out another way to distribute the questions to teachers. Because how we do that now is load them into, say, the 3rd grade Scantron, which they all have access to and can pull those questions. But if we don't continue that, then how do we get them the questions? So that's a good question that you asked, but I don't know the exact date on that.
Well, and in the future, because I think I shared with you, some of my superintendents thought that they were gonna get the ACAP scores early. Because I think that was one reason why we left ACT Aspire and went to a new approach,
Right.
was because they wanted feedback sooner so they could have professional and development
During the summer.
more in the summer to address whatever their weaknesses were. So I know this year was a strange year,
Right.
but in the future, am I right to understand that they will get the test, their own schools?
They'll get partial scores.
Right,
along
maybe not
with
the
it.
writing.
Right, they
but-
won't get the writing stuff scored, and we're adding listening. Don't remember that, that's part of starting, I think it's next spring, but the spring after, then listening will be added. And they're currently buying earpieces for that. But the multiple choice stuff, yes, they will start getting it back earlier. The problem is two things. This year, we expanded the testing window from 3 weeks to 6 weeks so they could socially distance kids in the room. And of course, that takes more time then on the other end to get the responses back. And the other one is that they could get raw data now, but they don't know the difference in a 233 and a 234. So it doesn't do any good until those levels are set. And so that's why. But you're exactly right. Down the road, they will get preliminary data from the multiple choice by the end of, we're hoping by the end of school, certainly by the end of May. And, most of them get out of school well before the end of May. So, but yes, those will be turned around fast.
And then one other question that is in this same vein is the Literacy Act. And we know the governor vetoed, and then there has been some talk that once the data come out, that the legislature might be willing to take it up again.
Right.
But I think the Literacy Task Force, and you serve on it too, maybe they assist the TAC. I'm not exactly sure how everybody works together, but in determining what is proficiency. What is that level? And are you waiting to hear from TAC first before y'all make that determination?
So
I don't know how all this works.
Yeah. So let me go back and just hit 2 words. So the Literacy Act is not based on proficiency. It's based on grade level.
Okay, thank
Remember,
you.
grade level is much lower standard than proficiency. So if you think about it, as the ACT defines it, proficiency is basically an A student, or maybe an AB student, but it's a top level. Proficient is top level. So we usually think of proficient as level 3, a level 3. Grade level is going to be some, you have students that are C students, but that doesn't mean they should flunk, or they're CB students, but that doesn't mean you want to hold them back. So grade level is a standard somewhere below that. Now, exactly where that's the question we're trying to determine. Probably grade level is going to be somewhere around a 2. So if you score a 1, you're below grade level. Except, remember, our test is all encompassing. So it tests English language arts. So it includes reading and grammar and listening and composition. Reading is just a component of that. And that's one of the reasons after the Literacy Act passed, and the board had already set its direction on the test, we had to go back and do another agreement, amend our agreement with DRC, and ask them to extrapolate from the ELA test in 2nd and 3rd grade just a reading score. So you get 2 scores. So you'll get an ELA score, which is what will go on the school's report card. That's what will be reported to the feds. That's what will be on the website. But then for each child, there will also be, and of course each child will get a score based on that, 1, 2, 3, 4. But then each child in 2nd and 3rd grade will also get a score just on reading on grade level. And it's going to be confusing to parents because I may get a report that says I'm a level 3 child and I'm being retained. Because because I have high scores in writing, comprehension, listening, but my decoding is lower. And so that's a very tricky thing, but that's what the law says. That's what the Literacy Act says. We could not do an ELA score. It had to be on reading. So that's where the Literacy Task Force is working on that kind of stuff.
Okay, thank you.
The score, I would caution you, when that comes to you, you pretty much have to rely pretty strongly on what the Technical Advisory Committee says, because there are a lot of experts, there are lots of opinions, but if we say, the Technical Advisory Committee says that where you retained or not retained is a 250, and the board says, yeah, we would want to make it a 230, that's when you start stepping out in legal jeopardy, because you have to have a reason to say, why did you set it at that point?
Right.
And that's where and that'll come to the board eventually to say, what's that score going to be? I can tell you we probably are going to, almost certainly going to recommend whatever the TAP committee recommends to us. Literacy Task Force more is looking at the instructional component. They've been, not the statistical part, but the instructional component of that. What do we do to get kids ready, and how do we take the information and so like developing the portfolio. In fact, I think Ms. Seeger may be on that subcommittee and can talk more intensely than I. But so students, and I'm making this answer too long too, but it's important for us to all understand it. So let's say that is a 240. And so grade level set at 240, and a student makes it 235. And so technically they are retained. But then the teachers, there are other things they can do. First, the law says we have to offer a second test, which we've also already contracted. The RC is developing us a second test that's really based on the first test, but it won't be a comprehensive ELA test. It's just on reading. So they'll pull out just the reading standards and build us a second test that students could then get a second shot.
When will that take place?
That test should be ready next summer. So if students are retained next spring, then they'll have a chance to take that second test at the end of summer school next summer, summer 22. Or they can be evaluated based on a reading portfolio, which Mr. Dixon and there's a subcommittee, and I know Ms. Seeger is on the subcommittee, but that's, you can tell them more about a portfolio than I, but where you look at the components of a child's instruction and their response to instruction, articles that of evidence that they can read, and maybe they're just not good test takers. We all know about test anxiety, and so some students will be promoted based on the portfolio. Students who have been identified for special education may be promoted by their IEP team. So that also, they can just be promoted by the IEP team. And then I think there is one other way for the principal to actually do a promotion, but based on some evidence. Am I right about that, Mr. Dixon, or am I wrong about that?
It's special education, ELL,
And ELL.
and a 504 plan.
Okay.
Is this written somewhere? Because I'm
It
sure
is.
we're going to get calls.
It is. It's in the law, and we can do and we've also done some little talking points we can pull out. Yes, we can do that and help with that. Now, we got to go a little further. So, because Dr. McCarty asked, so about the law. So this year, the legislature passed pretty overwhelmingly, bipartisan, a delay. They wanted to delay the retention piece for 2 years. So that instead of spring of 22, it would be the spring of 24. The governor vetoed that, but she said clearly, both in her comments to me and in her public comments, that she wasn't opposed to it in concept, but she didn't feel like we needed to do that until we had data. And that if the data come back this fall and shows that indeed there has been a huge COVID slide, that she would be open to discussing a delay of a year again. And I won't say, well, what about 2 years? Because the legislature said 2. That's the legislative thing.
Dr.
But
That was going to be my question about benchmarking. That's what you're talking about at this point.
The legislature's taking a position. The governor's position. Are you going to bring us for our discussion for us to take a position once we have the data? Because I understand, and there have been comments about the legislature usurping or overriding or whatever educational policies, and there seems to be happening with an increased frequency, even though they voted to get rid of this board. Will we have an opportunity to have that data and give input to our board chairman, who happens to be the governor?
Yes, you'll get the data in September, the September work session. And the, certainly, I think the board could weigh in. I know some of you have talked to legislators intensively during the process about it this last year. But I think, if I can get a little deeper into that question, Dr. Reynolds. So I was asked by some legislators and policy people whether I, as state superintendent, would be willing to say we're not going to implement the retention piece of the law.
Do you have that authority?
I do not think I have that authority, and I don't think the board has that authority too either. The legislation is very clear, and the legislature would have to act to grant that authority to me or the board, in my opinion. Now, with that caveat, there's been a lot of confusion in the last year because people said, well, you did things last year that you don't necessarily have the authority to do, but that was under a state of emergency. There are things that administratively we can do under a state of emergency, but no state of emergency around literacy exists. So I think I would be on very shaky legal ground to do it personally. I don't think the board really has the authority to do that. I think it's now your TAC committee. We're going to bring you more things in September and talk about the tax recommendations and all too. But they do have a lot of questions around that, as I just mentioned, about the legitimacy. They're concerned about retaining a child on data that because of COVID they don't think are really good data, and so we've had a lot of discussions around that. But in September we can have when we have real data, we can have a more broad discussion about it. I do think that the legislature will look into it again. I don't think, but based on conversations I've heard from them, even since the governor vetoed that bill, I think they are absolutely determined to bring the topic back up in the spring. But at least we will have data to have a discussion about it.
And you realize within the legislature, the Senate and the House are not in accord. And I have chairmen of both the Education Committee in my general area from the House and the Senate, and there seems to be some disagreement over what they think should be accepted or compromises. So I don't think they're as unified as some of the advocates may present themselves. Let them act and see what happens. Like the ones that said they're going to bring it up in special
I'm certainly
session.
not presumptuous enough to presume that I could speak for the House or Senate.
I don't speak for either one of them. I don't speak to either one.
Dr.
No,
Richardson, you
I was
asked
asking about the TAC committee because I've been
Yes.
asking about the benchmarks.
Yes.
So they will be determining that. That was my question. Where
They
we're on
determine
this.
that. And now, technically, those, I'm supposed to recommend those to you, but those are, historically, I don't know, and there may be some time, Ms. Bell may know of some time, but I don't know of a time that the state did not use the tax recommendations, because that's the only thing really legally you've got to stand on is their recommendation.
And they're working on that.
They're working on it now,
Okay,
absolutely.
that's it.
But what they're doing now is they don't have the data, so
Right.
they're talking about all the components, the instructional components, and when they get those data in August, they'll fill it in quickly, and then they're going to recommend to you, based on their work and these teacher committees. Remember, I've got these teacher competency committees meeting, what they think should be a level 1, level 2, level 3, those benchmarks for each subject in each grade, and grade level reading for 2nd grade and 3rd grade, which will be a separate pullout for you to determine. The grade level reading part, the Literacy Act specifically says that the board has to vote on those. The others are actually, those are set because of federal rules and peer review, And, but there's not actually a law that says the board has to vote on those other cut scores. I don't even know if the board has to vote on those, but the grade level reading piece, there's no question the board has to vote on that. That's not set by me or literacy task force. I mean, we'll bring you recommendations, and certainly the task force may want to get involved with that after they see what the TAC committee comes up with. But in the end, it'll be up to you to decide that.
Okay.
But we want you to obviously base it on some science.
Some science,
We
right.
can't just
And
pick a
data.
number.
Correct.
Well, I
That's
think
what they're
that's
saying
key.
from us.
Based on the history of litigation that has occurred however many years, going back to when I used to report on it, if there is an issue that could be questioned, I guarantee with this one, there will be some litigation, and
Yes.
that's expensive, and you know, it's not an easy process or fun, and certainly if the board is setting those scores, we need to be confident in what we're doing, absolutely confident. And of course, as you know, with Praxis and some others, we had the team that was working through the process, and they would make recommendations in the first steps of it, and then of course, and then we had some recommendations that came from within the department, and we certainly could trust those. But that's where this is so new, and even if everybody wants to refer to Mississippi, this is new.
It is.
We can't refer to Mississippi.
You're right.
This is ours, and that's where the board, as we talk about it, it's not going to be an easy decision, and that's where we have to have individually and collectively the most information that we can possibly have.
Right. And I mean, you're going to be in a position to draw a line.
Right.
And everybody above that line gets an automatic promotion, and everybody below that line may not get promoted. Again, they'll have these other possible steps. But, you know, obviously, like if the numbers were way out of whack, and it came back and said, you know, 45% of our kids shouldn't be promoted, well, that doesn't make sense. We know that's not true. So then I think we would be going back to the TAC and saying, whoa, you're going to have to look at this again. I don't think they would recommend something like that, but again, they are very anxious because of the COVID year and what that means instructionally, you know, and where were kids when they took the test. So, so we just don't know, but I think if something like that happened and the board said, yeah, you're going to have to go back to work. But I wouldn't want the board to just say, no, this is just me, y'all are the board. But I don't think the board would want to say, yeah, 45 is not the right number, let's use 13. And just pick a number out of the air. Like sending them back to work again is one thing, but you wouldn't just want to pick a number and say this is the number we're going to use.
And I'm sure every state is grappling with some vein of this same issue, because some were closed for so much longer.
They are. The difference is that this is a high stakes test. So the federal accountability test, which we give, of course, reading, English language arts, math, 4 through 8, and then in science and 8 and I don't know, 6, I think. Those are they're accountability for the school because they get a grade on them, but there's no accountability tied back to the child. This is the first time, I dare say, for elementary students, this is the first time in the state's history that we have tied a test to a child's, promotion.
Right, a statewide test versus what may have happened in the classroom.
Right.
Certainly.
Right. Certainly,
A test may
teacher may
determine,
test
but it's not the
different.
same. This one is so unique, and that's why it's,
So it is. Every state is struggling with it, but states that have high stakes for students tied to it are definitely struggling more, I think. And as far as I know, it would only be us. Like there may be another state, and I'm not aware, but we're the only state I know of who, during COVID, is also transitioning to an entirely new test. And that makes it doubly hard. So Mississippi, you mentioned, obviously, Ms. Bell's right. We can't just, it's not all about Mississippi. But they delayed their retention piece for a year, but they didn't change test. So they're given the same test they've been given for the last several years. And if we had been given the same test for some time, then we could look and say, hey, before the COVID, our kids were here, and now they're here, and now they're here. But we don't have that luxury because we were in the process of transitioning to a new test when it all hit. So I think it's safe to say there is no state dealing with the complexity of testing issues that we are right now.
And the closest thing you can compare it to would be what we had before in the high school graduation exit exam, which was certainly contested in various ways, and it was frustrating for everyone, but we're talking about young children versus high schoolers who had known all of that time that they had to accomplish that goal, except for perhaps in social studies, which was a shorter period of time, because you know how that worked. But the other part of it is the fact that the stakes, you know, for a child to be held back in third grade versus kindergarten or even first grade, that there's a big difference there. And in Mississippi, they had the supports prepared for the students. They didn't have COVID before they had the high stakes testing ultimately put in place. So their implementation was different from ours. And what we should have done perhaps anyway, we should have had a place where we had the supports there. And we could see what was working and perhaps what unfortunately was not working or is not as far as now with us. But that's where it's so different from anything else. But that's about the closest thing I could think of, and that was not an easy thing to have to talk to parents as a board member. Well, there's nothing I can do. Your child will have to do this. And there were ways that we worked through that as a board, but it was still
right.
It still meant that child did not graduate.
That's right. And I agree. This is the only other high stakes thing we've done. And parents are just. We're all parents, and there's a difference when you're talking about your 6-year-old and you're talking about a 17-year-old. So we do. It's going to be emotional, and it's going to be difficult. But as far as bringing you some things, you're going to see the beginning of that in September. So that'll be, and we'll see how far we want to go that day. As far as voting on the actual cuts and all, that may be one of the things you want to give a little more time. But again, you know, we're talking about next school year. So unless, again, it's delayed. And that may be a time, Dr. Reynolds, the board may come in September and say, you know, we look at these data and we want to tell the legislature we think we need to delay a year or we need to delay 2 years. And I think that's where you're asking if there'll be a place for the board to weigh in. There absolutely will be before the legislature convenes in January.
Well, Dr. Mackey, I believe sorry.
Well, I think you semi-answered my question in advance because I'm thinking about the scholars that are rising third graders. They were first graders the first year of COVID. And a lot of them, especially a lot of them in my district, were remote learners with little to no access to instruction.
Yes.
And so I'm just real concerned will there be any kind of allowances or consideration for those kids as it relates to learning loss? Because in a sense, it's like like she said earlier, this is the first time where the kids will definitely be in a situation. We've always looked at schools, but how do you explain to an 8-year-old that you've got to spend another year in third grade when what has happened was of no fault of their own? So as we look at the data, will we make a comparison of how many of these students were in school face-to-face versus virtual, as well as the accessibility of online instruction? Will that any type of consideration be made?
That's an excellent question, and we're working on that. So we at the department will not be able to do that. Let me explain why I said that. So we'll get test scores, and if I may use some of you for examples, so we'll get Dr. Richardson, if she were a second grader, we would get her test scores. And we know those, but we don't know at state level if she's a remote learner, was a remote learner all year, or she might have been a remote learner for 2 months, or maybe she is coded as being an in-person learner, but she was quarantined for 3 times for 2 weeks. So, but we don't know that at this department. And so we would love to be able to take our scores this fall and kind of divide them out like that, but we don't have a way to do that. Now locally, if I were a principal again, I can guarantee you I would be doing that, even if I had to do it by hand, and see how my remote learners did versus my virtual learners, and how long they were out. But there are so many variables to that, because we do that. We have school districts that were remote. We know they were remote for, say, these 3 months or these 2 months, but we also had schools that were in and out. We had schools that the district was technically in-person instruction, but one particular school was out for instruction, or was doing remote instruction for a time. And so rather than there being an on-off switch, we have like 20 or 30 variables out there. But that is good research, and we're spending a lot of time talking about it. It's just not, we haven't found a way to do it at the state level because we don't have those data for who was remote when for how many days. And to your point, Dr. Chestnut, I also want to make a bad situation worse. That you're right that those students taking the test this year, we're cognizant that their first grade year ended early in a lot of ways, though we tried to finish out the year. Their second grade year was chaotic in many cases. And as we mentioned before lunch, this COVID is not gone. So we may have schools that have to shut down this year. We have students that are quarantined in and out. Their teacher may get quarantined. And so we're going to have, we know that there are going to be outbreaks during this coming year. We don't know where or when or for how long, but it's a genuine possibility that some students are going to have 3 consecutive years of disrupted learning. And nobody, I know nobody on this board, the Literacy Task Force, the people in this department, ARI, nobody wants those children to be just held back. But at the same time, I do understand what the governor was saying, but let's get the data before we decide exactly what we want to do with the data.
Well,
now, hopefully this will be a good year, you know, things will get better. But
we also have to remember that there were all these variables, but we have to hit the ground running immediately. And whether the high stakes tester comes back, as you well know, we could do our own assessment and do our anecdotal records and figure out where these kidlets fall so that we can hit each one where they need to be and not wait. And then when the data comes in, it might either support how we're doing or maybe we'll have to punt. But we've got to just say, this is it, we're moving and we're going to get these kids caught up. We cannot delay waiting for anything to come down the pike.
Right. And one of the most important things is, and I know, we have to instruct kids on their grade level. One of the real tragedies, in my opinion, as an educator, that we kind of commit is if we anticipate that, oh, these children are behind, so what I'm going to actually do is instruct them at standards that are a year below. I'm teaching 3rd grade, but I'm going to teach 2nd grade standards because I know they're really. Now you've got to instruct students at the expectation level, and then scaffold and build in. There's no question about that. You don't just let a kid flunk and move on, but we have to instruct at the expected level. That's the only way we know for sure if they're at that level or not. Because if we're instructing at an arbitrary lower level, then we don't really know if they're meeting the standard or not.
Dr. Mackey, one of the things that our school systems have that can, to some degree, counterbalance the losses is a tremendous amount, from my perspective, of ESSA money or ESSA money. And are we encouraging school systems to approach the ESSA money in light of the testing? Because it's nice to say, and I don't disagree, the impact of holding a student back. But one of the reputations that Alabama has is we're last. We can't deny that being last. And promoting students or holding students back has a flip side. And if you promote students who are not at a competency level this next year, and maybe that's part of what the governor acted on, and then we're just kicking the can down the road. But if they have a tremendous amount of ESSA money, and all these school boards and school superintendents and administrators have the opportunity to use that money not only to mitigate, but to make a case for us to understand the things that you said they could do, use that money, because I know as a former superintendent, if you get as much money as are going into some of the school systems, some of them could be guided to their responsibility to provide us better data so we can make those decisions. Because if the Athens City Schools uses its money to mitigate, and I've commented about the impact of calling it summer school for what we did this year, and students not taking advantage of that, they need to be responsible and assume right now that that law is going to be adhered to unless they're relieved. I'm not inclined to tell them or let them have a feeling that as a board member, I'm going to override the thought that went into the legislation and the board action with the Literacy Act. And there's a reason for retention of third graders, even though individuals may have an adverse effect on it.
Right.
That I think we need to develop some realities checks to those superintendents that, as of now, their expectation is the law will be followed based on the governor's action. And as they're planning to spend that ESSA money, which is a huge amount of money, and I haven't gone and sat with my local people and said, how are you going to do this? What are you really taking into context? And I don't know that they've got that much direction, but that is ESSA 3 money is a huge amount of money.
Right.
It's a huge amount of money, and it's our taxpayer money. It's not free money.
So the ESSER 2 plans are all in, those are done. The ESSER 3 plans are due in August 23rd. But yes, there are both guidance and stipulations from the federal government and then additional that we put on there. So that the number one issue in both ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 funds must be mitigating learning loss. There's no question about that. They're doing it, many of them through summer programming. An example, I think I've used this before, but Montgomery County normally has about 2,500 kids, or about 10% of their population, in summer programming of some-ish sort. This year they have over 12,000, almost 50% of their students in summer programming. And in addition, they're working with the YMCA is doing additional summer programming. So you're seeing lots more programs. City of Birmingham, not quite as good a response, but I think they have about 6,000 students in summer programming. Normally it would be about 1,500 to so really the response from parents has been that they are thrilled to have these summer programming opportunities. Thus far, keep my fingers crossed and knock on wood with both hands, we've not had big issues with COVID outbreaks in our summer programming. So that's been something we were worried about, but so far we've not had big issues with that. Most of them are winding down now and giving a couple of weeks, 3 weeks off for students to do the things, play baseball and go to the beach, or, do the water slide in the yard, whatever it is. So they're going to be kids still, but we got to think about that long term. So that has to happen next summer.
Can they amend the ESSER 2 application based on what's happening?
They can amend their application, absolutely, and we're encouraging them.
We're talking about. I want to be clear. We're not just talking about ESSER 3 money, which we don't have the plans in yet. But we have ESSER 2 plans, which, in light of what we're doing and the governor's acted on, And our position right now is, testing is, we're not changing anything, we're adhering to the governor. And right now, retention is on the plan. It hasn't been changed.
They can amend, we've already had
But I'm
districts
saying we
amend
need to
their
encourage them to look at that
Yes.
reality. If the local superintendents and the local people are faced with this problem about students, and they're saying, we had COVID, and I'm gonna say, you had $20 million. You had COVID, you had $20 million. You wouldn't have had a $20 million without COVID, but you had both. And both of them are in our consideration when we deal with the population and the children of Alabama, students in Alabama, is more correct.
All right, Dr. McCarthy, yes.
We got a memo from, I think it was Dr. Davis, a while back, that talked about the letters, those teachers who had demonstrated mastery in the letters training,
Oh,
and
yes,
how it was a recognition
yes.
program, and she may have passed it out, here as well as sent it to us.
They score an 80 or above on the
Right.
exam, yes.
And it would be, their names would be on the website, and certification, it would be noted, and certification, and $500 to $1,000 stipend. They're wondering when that's coming. So I just, I can't tell them when it's coming because I didn't know. So I'm just asking.
Who pays it, LEAs or the state?
We do. It was coming out
It was
as
out
a
there.
There it
So-
is. Tell you guys.
Yeah, we're reimbursed, of course, we don't pay teachers, we cannot write
No,
teachers
no, no,
checks, so.
but we
I
provide
don't
the funding.
know, Mr. Craig's left us now, I suspect it will be in the next fiscal year when they see it, at least in the next school year when they see it on their check. But don't tell anybody that yet, because we'll have to ask.
You're on, you're on.
You will send that to us, right? As soon as you find
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, I'll make
Usually
that.
Amy
That'll
said
be-
he would be down, but I guess he put too much.
And Jane, is it
He was
already
down
on their
earlier in the
certification?
No, it will not be on the certificate, it will be on the portal. You can enter every teacher's name and see other kinds of things, national board and things that they have done. We had highly qualified teacher status on there and so on. It will show there, which then makes it available to parents and everybody else. It's just on the certificate, it's not nearly as public.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
That's good. I just want to make sure that, this was a lot of hard
Yeah.
work that they
Yeah.
invested in getting mastery on the science of reading. And I felt like Dr. Davis's plan was a wonderful
Yeah.
plan. I was just checking on the timelines.
It
and
comes
the
out of our
implementation.
state reserve component, and I don't know, but got a question on that, you may have to follow up with me, but.
Because we need to know.
Yeah, well, we need to encourage.
And we want to
it.
encourage
Because
it.
if
Right.
others find out, that's money,
Yes.
if you're rewarded, that's the reward that.
Once they're going shopping with that money, everybody else.
And then it'll be gone.
Well,
It's coming out of federal money, so you gotta get it done.
Well, and Dr.
While the federal money
Mackey,
lasts.
is there, I think you opened up another cohort. I know I saw a tweet
Yep,
and I
fifth cohort.
retweeted. Is there still a waiting list for
No
letters?
waiting list.
No waiting list.
And,
So-
the only, so now we've got the money because we committed, about 20 million of our COVID, the State Department's holdback money to pay for those. So we're not waiting on the legislature now every year, having to go and ask the legislature for money. And so there will no longer be a waiting list. Now that doesn't mean that everybody, like if I decide this morning I want to do it, I can start this afternoon because they have to get in a cohort. But it's not waiting until we find the money. So there's technically no waiting list.
Okay.
And you can join a cohort. I don't know. Some of these questions, they're good questions, but Dr. Davis may come in August and say, I'm going to clear up everything Dr. Mackey said. But it's my understanding you can join a cohort that's already started. It's like joining the volleyball team. They're already into the season, but I moved into town. Before, you had to wait till the next season to start. Now, you can go ahead and get started, and the money's already there.
Okay, and the
So-
summer programs, the summer literacy programs, I remember the board had to approve the assessments for those. Do we get, I guess to me, I see it not as a punitive thing at all, as a formative assessment to try to determine which programs showed the most growth and which showed the least, and then use that information for best practices to share with all schools. Do we or will we get that information?
Probably not for a while. So let's go back. You're talking about the formative assessments.
Right, the ones, I just remember
Yes.
we had to approve, and it's right, is that right, Mark?
The same formative assessment they used during this one.
So
Right,
right. So
okay.
what the board adopted was a resolution that said, whatever the ones are that we use in the school year, those will be the ones used for summer school as well. So, and right now, so that resolution is good for forever. The two should match, and that's what the districts want. Now, will that list, if list 1 changes, list 2 will change. The Literacy Task Force decided for this coming year to just stick with the ones that we have, because, and that was, in my opinion, a very good decision, because we get to, this has just been a crazy year we've had. But they may, I don't want to speak for them, but we'll probably, once the school year starts, Mr. Dixon and I'll talk, and we'll look at the things the Literacy Task Force to prioritize for next year. So for instance, right now, the portfolio is a big thing. They just finished the core reading materials. Can't believe you haven't had a question about that yet, but I don't want to talk about it if you don't ask. But so they probably next year will look at those 6, and we may whittle those down to 4. We may expand them to 8. But but that's what you're talking about is let's look at which ones work the best. But this last year, I mean, there's no quality data. Remember, we didn't start that until legislature funded it the spring before. We were going to try to do 1 assessment in the spring of 20, which of course didn't work because there was no way. And so they were trying to start those in September of 21. And many of them did get to use them and use them effectively. But we're going back now and looking, and some of our districts, they didn't test large numbers of students. They didn't do a good job of using the assessments.
Well, and you actually answered a question that I didn't mean to ask, but you did it very well, so I thank you. No, and maybe this comes back from, some of y'all remember the campaign for grade level reading. When Karen Porter was over ARI, they did a pilot program of a summer reading program in the Birmingham area and a summer reading program in the Montgomery area. And then they measured the student growth, and they contrasted the differences in how those programs were set up. And what they determined was that, and this was a surprise to me, but they had a UAB statistician run all the numbers, and they determined that transportation was absolutely critical, was more important than the quality of the teacher instructing the classes, which are, was a surprise. But and so that's more what I was asking is can we learn from the best, the schools that showed the largest gains in reading learning this summer, and then determine if there are commonalities in those schools that showed the highest growth, and then share that information with all the other schools. So that's all I was asking. I said it all wrong. But
That's a very good question too, not the one I answered. So sorry about that, but no, we will be able to do that. This is the first summer that we'll have the full Literacy Act summer programming in place, so we should be able to get good data. They are supposed to be doing pre and post assessments using those 6 assessments, one of the 6, using whichever one their district's chosen. And we're paying for that. We taxpayers, Dr. Reynolds would say. The legislature appropriated the money, and we gave the districts the money for that. And we expanded that using our COVID money. That's another thing. Remember, we said not only would we do reading and math for K-3, which is what the legislature funded, but we expanded it to 4 through 8 assessments also. And a lot of them are doing summer programming for middle school and even high school. So we should have much better data during this coming school year. Now, how quickly
Well, yeah, I
we
just
get all
wanna
that
know, when will
together
we get
and
a
do that,
report?
I don't know. I know you want the report done the day
Today.
before the
Of
study
course.
ended, but I can't promise you that, but
But I'm
yes,
glad we're collecting it, and then I hope, more importantly, that we share what we find with the schools, so that they can see, oh, I've got this amount of money, this is more important than this, so next summer I'll do this
Budget
and not do
appropriate.
this. Exactly,
And
exactly.
there's reference when it has to-
The reference, the other thing I would ask you on the flip side of that same coin is when you get complaints, as if you haven't, I'm surprised you'll get them, from teachers and superintendents about all the data they have to turn into the state. That's why we're collecting data.
That's why they have money.
This last year, we got a lot of complaints about all the data they were having to turn in. But, I mean, that's the only way we can do it. We have to get it. We're trying to, obviously, automate as much of that as possible. When we get fully implemented this fall into Power School, then we purchase, remember we talked about it, we purchased the data analytics program that goes with that. That will mean a lot less teachers keying data in and it just automatically uploading it. So that will help a lot. And we've pushed all of our assessment, those 6 assessment vendors, to share data with us directly. So we had 2 of them, won't be named, that said that they refused to give their student testing data to the state so we could run those analyses. But we eventually got the last one to sign. Well, their deal was that they had agreements with the districts, not with the State Department of Education, which is true, but we paid for it. We sent the districts the money. So what we don't want to do, so we're actually doing some, you're going to see, I'll talk to Dr. Davis and get her, because that's how we know that some districts didn't use the assessments well, because they weren't testing their kids like they were supposed to this last year. Because her team, they're digging deep into that assessment data now. And again, we had one vendor that didn't want to, 2 that didn't want to give us the data, one that was a big holdout that said we'd have to go to each school and ask for the data. Well, we don't want each school to have to do that. That's the whole purpose. They're huge, multinational corporations. They can provide the data to us in the format we need. Eventually we did get it, but y'all know those are the struggles we deal with day to day. But they may whittle it down. That list may get whittled down later. Can I answer the question you didn't ask about core reading program?
Sure.
So while we're on reading, so another component of the Literacy Act is that every K-3 school should be instructing students using a vetted core reading, I hate to use the word program, but I don't know a better word than program now. What we used to call primers when I was in school, their reading book. And many of our schools don't use a set reading program. Some of them kind of design their own. They pull things from here to there. Because I talked to one in your area, Dr. McCarty, you might have heard from. They don't want to use a core reading material, but the law says they have to. And so I've talked to that principal, and she has certain ways of getting around things. And she's a very good principal too. But nevertheless, they'll have to choose one. So the Literacy Task Force, a subcommittee, did a great job. They met here for days. Mr. Dixon was a part of that. He could tell us who else was involved here from the department and them, but I don't have to say all the names now, but he may have to save me on more of this. But they worked really hard. We did a RFP. I think we had 14 responses. We had 2. You've gotten all this, by the way. I think you've seen it already, but may not have. It's one of those memos. But we had 2, I think, that didn't. They just immediately didn't meet the criteria, and they were not even reviewed. And others were reviewed. And the way the review went, and I supported this. I didn't review anything. They wouldn't want me doing that. But we laid out the rules for the review. And that was that if they started seeing red flags as they went through, so there was red or green, using the National Reading, not National Reading Panel,
The Reading League.
The National Reading League assessment for materials. So it's not our assessment. We didn't develop it. green and red. And as they went through, if you got 3 red flags, then we said they did not have to evaluate the rest of the material because we didn't want material that had more than 3 red flags. So some of them, they didn't even get to module 2 because they found 3 red flags in module 1. So when they went through the ones that were remaining, there were only 2 that made the cut all the way through. Two vendors, 2 companies, to core reading materials. Now, that doesn't mean that some of the others aren't good. Some of them will be good supplemental material. In fact, they came back and said some of these would be great to use in the classroom for like tier 2 intervention, but they're not a core instructional material for every child. But those 2 we've put out. You got that memo around the 1st of July, said these are the 2. They can use their ESSER money to buy new materials. And a lot of them have been asking us, you know, we want new, and this goes back to what Ms. Bell was saying, that getting not her words but mine, but getting that horse before the cart. So give me access to vetted core reading instructional materials before I have to give the high stakes test. And we know that was a complaint that was out there, but that's the way the law reads. So now we do have those vetted materials. I feel very good about them. You're going to find, so they can use federal money to buy them. You know, we have laws that conflict with our laws. So one of the things we did is we brought in Dr. Carolyn Jones, who does textbooks for us. Y'all met Dr. Jones. And while they're starting the textbook review process, we were going to say for K3, we don't want to consider any textbooks that are not on this vetted list. And there are only 2 vendors on the vetted list. But one of the vendors on the vetted list does not meet the requirements to be a textbook in the state of Alabama.
Can you?
Because the materials are more than 5 years old, and the state law, not your policy, the legislative act says the textbook committee cannot consider materials that are more than 5 years old. So even though they met all the components according to the Literacy Task Force, according to state law, they cannot be considered a textbook in this state. Now you're saying, well, does that mean they can't buy them? No, they can buy them using their federal money or local money, but they can't use state money to buy them. So I hope y'all understand the complexity of all the things we have to stack together.
If only the legislature understood the complexity of things, and they put these things in law. And yes, the conflict between state and federal, and I can think of some really good old books that would be excellent readers, and you use the word primer, and I'm sure you're familiar with some of those books, and they've been around for a long time, but they would not qualify.
I have my first grade
really
primer on my desk upstairs.
Yes, it's really
Have you read
sad.
through it yet?
But it's
Yes.
I use them with my own children, and I learned to read early, but the word going back to what you referenced to me, and the word that they use is, of course, you know which one I'm talking about. The part that the supports is a term that they use, but that means all of the things that you mentioned. And can we get another copy, since probably, and I'll just speak for myself, I know I have that email, but with all of the emails I've received, even just in the last week, if we can have those books, and I'd also like a list of those, because people assume that since it's it's coming from the board, that the board made these decisions, when of course it's not the board, and certainly by law, the board was not involved in that selection process for those 2. But that would be helpful in responding, just in case we have all of those questions that pop up, and I'm sure that we will, and I'm sure I'm not the only one.
I'll be glad to do it again, and if Leanne's probably listening, if she is, maybe we can just print it off, and we'll get you a hard copy before you.
That would be great, hard copy, because I keep.
Because it's about a 4-page memo with all the attachments there to it.
So thank you. I do treasure those hard copies.
Absolutely.
And so does my pocketbook, because it gets to be expensive.
I'm a hard copy person too, so I get that. But absolutely, that's a good question.
Thank you.
So that's so core reading material we talked about. I don't want the assessments for the summer, the formative assessments. The summative assessment that the grade level reading will be based on, and even though you only have to do third, we've asked the TAC to produce that for second grade and third grade.
Okay.
So students will know at the end of second grade whether they're on track
Okay.
going into third grade. We won't be retaining kids at third grade, but we'll have a number so they'll know if are they above or below that red line. And then the fourth one is another assessment that DRC is building for us that, again, is just pulling out the reading concepts so that students can get that alternate assessment at the end of summer programs that they can take to demonstrate that they're grade level ready to go on to third grade. And that score will come to you too.
And Dr. Mackey, I remember Ella Bell was so large in promoting cursive. And we have an assessment for that. But did we do that this year?
We waived that this year. They did not have to turn in their cursive. So they have to turn in cursive examples to us, and that was one of the things this year we told them they did not have to collect.
But starting next year, we'll start
back
that?
next year. So just 1 year.
Okay.
I'm not saying they didn't teach it, but but we're not collecting those data for those work samples this year.
Is that still mandated for third grade?
It is mandated for third grade.
Cursive writing?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if it's being done, but.
That's the way I code.
My experience has been they teach it. The teachers teach it, but they can't learn it for you.
No, they can't.
And the students don't practice it.
No,
they print. I don't know how we've gotten into a generation where students print, but
The research in learning shows that it helps to know how, cursive is an important, it's like scissors, as far as development.
Right.
It is important, and it certainly is a tool that is unique to you. It's something, my handwriting doesn't look a whole lot like cursive. This is much better.
Oh,
Nowadays,
no.
I used to get A's in handwriting, but I don't think my teacher needs to see it now. But still, it's unique, and it's one of those things that I hope we never stop teaching because it's a developmental tool as well.
no, yeah,
So
absolutely.
Ella, I know, I remember, and it was heartfelt.
Oh, yes, and I was just, because I knew last year,
Yeah,
of
this-
course,
this
but I
only
just want to
this
make
past
sure
year,
we
but
would
it's
do it in
coming
the
back.
future.
Okay.
Okay,
The
excellent.
standard didn't change,
Okay.
Right,
but we
right.
didn't collect the samples this year.
Okay, and also teacher shortages. You referred to special needs
And math.
teachers
Yeah.
before, and then teens. But I remember the legislature, and I think we talked about it in here, had allocated $1 million for a marketing company to promote teaching as a profession.
That's right.
Have they rolled that out? Has it happened?
Well, the first one, remember,
Is
the
it-
first part of that rolled out last fall. That
Okay.
ad during the Iron Bowl.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
it
did
was
it-
really good. The second component, though, is rolling out. It's actually supposed to roll out this week. We've asked them to delay it till next week. But yes, so you're going to see targeted commercials. There's radio spots and TV spots. A lot of it, though, when I say TV, is really targeted to social media. A lot of social media buys. We had asked them to focus intently on math and science from the Teens Act passed, so there's going to be a special focus on that. There's also a dedicated website called teachinalabama.com, is that right? We Teach Alabama. We Teach Alabama. So we'll send you that. It'll roll out live within days. I mean, it's ready to go. I viewed all the ads. Dr. Sibley, in fact, was in the office talking about the pieces this morning because I think he was up there when they filmed them. They filmed them somewhere around Birmingham, Shelby County Schools, I think. And so he's been involved in that. But you won't see the name of a school, but it's good looking stuff.
Is there
So-
a way to see how many
Well-
hits or how many people are viewing it?
I think, yes, that's all part of the contract, isn't it, Anna?
Yes, sir. So we'll know how many people it reached as far as the traditional media goes. And then also they can track it on the social media and see how many click-throughs they have and things like there's definitely statistics that can help.
And the same, if you, in comparison, just so you know, so Big Communications in Birmingham got that bid. They're doing that for us. And they're the same ones who do the Made in Alabama, all the commerce stuff. They do all the commerce. And they also did the
Gulf Seafood.
Eat Gulf Seafood. Remember after the BP spill, you still see those billboards. They are the manager of that campaign also, and do something for public health.
That one worked.
Yeah, they've got a very good creative team, and they've been they've really dug into it. I was up there a few weeks ago. Was in Birmingham and went by their office and met with them. I mean, it's down in the floor, kind of working on stuff. The hard part is the target audience, because we're trying to target both 18-year-olds and second career people who are 50. And so that's a much more difficult thing to do than like Gulf Seafood, where you were targeting. I mean, they had one particular kind of audience they were going after to try to get families to go to restaurants and buy Gulf Seafood again. But so that's been the struggle with it. But anyway, I think it looks really good. As soon as the pieces are ready to roll out and all, we'll send you all the links to that and let you watch the clips. I would say we'd share them, but I don't know if we even have them where we could pull them up, because I got to watch them ahead of time, but they told me I couldn't share the links I had because they were pre-edited, so they've been. But yes, it's coming.
Will they be engaging our colleges and universities at all? Because I would think that would be a huge recruiting tool on campus, either ads during football games, basketball, or just pushing out, like in our town, we have a community channel that's running all the time.
And where do you live?
Auburn?
Yeah, that's a good place.
Anna, again, I may defer to you. So I know they are doing some. I know they have been to have in-person meetings with a lot of the colleges, but I don't know exactly where they're holding.
It's a phased approach. So initially they're doing the media rollout, but there are elements where they're going to go out and help us actually go to the college, and hopefully some of the fairs they have at high school, so you can go ahead and reach the students. So there are different aspects of it, but it's a huge project, so they're doing it a little bit at a time. So, but definitely part of it.
You gotta hook them.
That's good.
Yeah, Dr. Meyer mentioned middle school. The center, I mean, like all the career tech right now is really pushing to middle school and create awareness before they do their 4-year plan for high school. And so, yeah, if we can go ahead and get it to them earlier, at least awareness.
Yes, and there's like a CTE club just for teachers, and so we're going to kind of work that aspect in there too, so hopefully we can recruit more. And when they're looking at the younger audience, one of the things that they're really trying to focus on from that aspect is an influencer, because right now that's all the talk on social media as far as how to be an influencer, and so they make it clear that if you really want to influence someone's life, to be a teacher. So they're trying to relate to it, strategically as far as that age group goes too.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I have some spots that we can pull on later.
Okay.
Dr. McCarty, did you have any more questions?
Hold on one second. Let me
Last time.
I've got one for Andy about the at-risk list, but I don't know if he's around.
Andy's not coming back, is
He said he was coming.
He was down here before he started back, and then he slid back upstairs. Ask me about that.
Well, I'll ask you.
Yeah.
We requested the at-risk list, the distribution, and I can't help it. Y'all probably all do the same thing. I go through and I look for all my schools. Well, for my schools, one you're intimately familiar with, is they're not on there, and so I'm not being critical. Maybe they didn't apply, but what is the process for applying for and then receiving at-risk funds if you're a school system?
Okay. So there are two pots of at-risk, the way the legislature divides it. Part of it schools cannot apply for. part of it they can apply for. Every school system can apply. Some of them don't apply. They just don't apply. They don't ask for money. We've always had that. There are always school systems that don't apply for the money. The amount they can apply for, though, is predetermined. You qualify for $148,000, but if you don't apply for your $148,000, you're not going to get it. Then some of them get, so the biggest allocation in there is to class. Of course, class doesn't keep that. That's for, I can't tell you the name. They've changed the name of the program several times. Stride Academy now, I think you should be learning through sports. But that goes to schools. Some schools use that. Yeah, some schools, that's what they want, is principals want that, and so they get, that's kind of, not where they're, well, Andy can better explain that, but
Can you
but
tell
they,
just a little bit about Stride Academy?
Stride Academy, yes. So it's a program that's been around for a long time. The legislature, several years ago, kind of fell in favor with it and worked an issue out. I think when Dr. Richardson was superintendent, when he was permanent superintendent. So it's been around a long time. First time. But it's the way that flows is that money is flowing out to schools, but it goes through class. So the money goes to class, and then class has we're part of what I don't know. When I was a local principal, there was an application process that you made to them, and then they, because they had enough money to do so many schools, but not necessarily every principal that wanted it. But it is it can be used for remediation or it can be used for acceleration, but it's basically it's a computer-based program.
But it has to do with sports.
Well, it used to be called Learning Through Sports, and it was sports-based, like you answered problems to get through a baseball game. But it's now changed the name to Stride Academy, and I really can't tell you. I haven't personally seen it on a computer screen in many years. I know it's less pixelated than when I saw it years ago.
What was it called?
We never used it. We didn't use it when I was in Jacksonville.
What was it called before?
Learning Through Sports.
Yes.
And now it's Stride Academy, and it has been something else in between, I think.
It was.
I reached out last year and asked one of my districts that I knew had what I thought would be at risk, and they just said, we don't want to use that. And I said, well, you're leaving that money on the table, and they said, yeah, but we don't want to use it. And I said, okay.
And it goes back and forth. That's true. Some don't want it. We had, I got calls last year from legislators because the amount had been cut last year by the legislature, and then this particular senator had principals who had been told they couldn't get it anymore because the money had been cut. And I said, yeah, that's true. Like, we can only fund the number that you do, but that's where, just so you know, class is not storing whatever that is, $2.5 million or something. It goes programming to schools.
Now, is that owned by somebody within the state, or is it something?
Stride Academy?
Stride Academy, yes, because I know it's specialized, and I know as Dr. McCarty has already mentioned, that it was something that a former board member asked about. It has changed and transitioned, but at one point there was a questionable relationship between legislators and the money that was flowing out.
I have no idea
in the
who
media,
owns it.
so
Yeah.
I was just wondering.
I really don't know who owns it. It was developed originally by a former football player at Auburn, way back. But I don't know. I don't know if he's still. I don't know if he's still involved in it, still owns it. I don't have any idea.
Wasn't Bo Jackson?
No, it wasn't Bo Jackson. I would remember that name. It was Bo Jackson. I can't remember. Do you remember? I don't know who it was. But I don't know. I'll have to look. I'll have to look, Dr. Reynolds.
Okay.
That's all right.
I think, but.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Mackey, when does a memo go out for schools to be able to apply for at-risk funds? Like, I just want to be able to notify
Yeah.
superintendents
It's-
that be looking
right.
for this.
It's toward, again, Andy Craig should come back down here. It's toward the end of the school year. It's like the end of May. Because it doesn't go out until after the legislature's passed the budget and the governor signed it.
Okay.
And then we try to have that list all done by 1st of August. So it's around the end of school is when it goes to them.
And is it very restrictive on how they can spend it? Is that maybe one reason why some of them choose not to
Well, I think you're talking about that particular program. So if it's the part that goes just to schools, I don't know if I can answer if it's very restrictive. I mean, there's stipulations in there. The legislature put stipulations in about what it can be spent on or not, but it's pretty wide ranging, I think.
Well, we've just got so many children, right, that had, a rough year. And I would have thought of all years, this would have been one that almost everybody would have applied.
Remember, they got a lot of money.
They got a lot
Got
of
a lot of
money.
money this year.
They've got so much ESSA money that
That's-
it's their motivation really. As a former superintendent, there's a lot of carrots you can put out, and there's sometimes that I just passed because I only
Well, it
have a
was
certain
more for
amount
other
of
people
staff,
then.
and sometimes it's not worth the effort.
So does it, if they do not accept it, and you said it goes to the table, can it be absorbed by somebody else, or does it just sit there and vegetate and?
No, it all gets, there's always more requests.
Okay, so then
Way
it could
more
go
requests.
into the next waiting list, or the, okay, just wanna make sure it's not. just
Somebody
sitting
else gets the money. But there's always more requests than there is money available.
That's it, okay.
there. That's it, good.
Now, so let me,
Okay,
can I go
but-
back while we're on this?
Yes.
So this is, I was mistaken in my memory. So this is the memo that just went out, one Ms. Bell was asking for. It's from July 2nd that names the 2 programs that made the list. I guess it didn't make the memo, but we do have all the background stuff. That's what I was thinking when I got it. It had the, the scores from the committee and all that. But that did not go out into the superintendents. But also, Leanne and Nora, they're working together so well here. They pulled the memo for you also that we sent out last November on those vetted assessments. So what I'm going to do is give you both of those
Okay.
hard copies, and then
Are you gonna grab one from Belinda?
just while I'm still
Nora
thinking
send it
about
to you?
reading.
We're supposed to get input back.
You don't like it?
You got one.
Are you gonna send it to Belinda?
And can you email this, because I know that you have it, so that we can click on perhaps these links that are highlighted, are those links?
Those links are in there. We did send you the email. If you want me to send it again, I'll do that.
That would be helpful, because
Maybe
it's
I'll-
probably buried somewhere.
Miss Nora, will you remind us to do that? We resend them the memo to.
But it's nice to have a
Let's
Sure.
go pass that one.
especially
I'll
since
pass
it
it on.
appears to have a link.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Is that everybody's?
Thank you.
Send out a lot of copies. We got plenty of extras here.
Okay. All right, the 3 through 8 are resolutions. Do you want to
Oh,
say anything
with
about
that.
those?
So let me tell you a little bit about, next month and how the flow is going to go. So we initially had, don't choke, but like 28 items on next month's agenda. And what we've done is so it's, a big part of it's recognizing school counselors and exemplary school counseling programs. And so each of the exemplary programs had a particular resolution. So what we did is that the counselors, when a counselor is named, you see one from District 3. Those are from District 6. So those we have their own resolution. But then the programs, they had like 12 or 15 exemplary programs, and those will be passed as one resolution, but it will name several schools, okay? So you see that in here. Distinguished rule recognition of 2020, it's number 6, Alabama School Counseling Programs. But those will come as one resolution. Let me get item 3, District Teachers of the Year. So normally we do this in May, but all the things that we do in May normally we're doing in August. So we're going to have a big reception, for the Teacher of the Year finalists the night before. So when you're planning your trip, it's going to be down at the Riverwalk Stadium where the Biscuits play. The plaza where we normally do it is closed now. And I don't know if it's going to reopen as a restaurant or not, or as a catering venue or not, but it's not open now. So, so we found the Riverwalk Stadium, and we'll have a nice event down there the night before, so on Wednesday night, and then I forget what it is now. It's like the 11th. Don't have the time right now. I'm sure that it's been developed, but I don't have it. But it'll be usually around 6. And we'll have a program as we used to have. And then the next morning, we will announce, or that night, you'll find out who the 4 finalists are. And then do we go ahead and announce the
We know the 4
2?
finalists, don't we?
We already know
The
the
4 finalists we know, that's right. And they'll do the videos and all.
And
And then we'll announce the winners. And then the next morning, the next morning we'll have the card thing at Alpha. And then usually that is a really tight morning because I have to go to Alpha and help with the car. Sometimes some board members want to come. If it's in your district, you're welcome. But that'll be at Alpha, and then we'll race back over here for the meeting. So we won't know yet until, if you're the board member who has a winner, you may want to go and with them get the car the next morning. We'd love to have you. But all that used to happen in May, and next year we plan on doing it in May again. But this year, when we were having to make the plans, we were still under all the orders, and we weren't sure if we would be able to do that stuff in May. So we said we're going to go ahead and punt it to August. But next year we plan to be back on May. But just realize, so the night before, if you'll plan to come in, we'll get you all that information soon. Invitations will go out to them, their superintendents. It'll be at Riverwalk Stadium, not at the Plaza. And then that morning you'll have another resolution, 2 more, because you'll have a resolution also for the Teacher of the Year winner and the alternate Teacher of the Year, but they don't show on here because we don't know who they are yet. So there'll be several things to vote on, but we'll have those teachers. Many of those district winners will stay overnight. Sometimes some of them go on back after the reception, but some of them will be here. The Teacher of the Year, the alternate Teacher of the Year. We'll have these 2 counselors. We'll have the winners of the cyber program. Remember last month we had the cyber program of cyber students on the cyber scholars on the work session last month, but they didn't want to come in July because they're on vacation and all these kinds of things. So we'll have them here too. So August will be one of those meetings where we'll have lots of teachers and counselors and students and principals and superintendents and all here to do recognition. So I think that'll be really good. Okay, so that's items down through to 6. 7.
I have a question about 6.
Yes, sir.
In looking at the list, I know the selection process was done, and I don't see anybody from District 7 or District 8. Is that because we don't have any counseling programs in that part of Alabama that deserve recognition? Because you can look at an inverse recognition. There's nobody listed from District 7 or 8, and I know that I'm a little curious. I think I've got some good counseling programs in my district, and I know Belinda hasn't hers. So.
Well, I don't know the answer to that. I mean, the Counselors Association does that.
I'd like an answer.
But I don't know how they do it.
Then I'd like an answer why there's nobody from District 8.
Well, because they're all in District 1.
I know that.
If it's the best.
You were vice president when all that happened. Now
Perhaps you need to contact the organization.
Perhaps, but there have been times when I haven't had it.
I haven't either. Yeah. Although I think most of the time mine actually.
It's not.
Yeah, we all.
I just wonder why.
I can assure you that neither Ms. Ziegler nor Superintendent Tyler gave me a $50 bill. That I can assure you, but I'll find out what the process is.
I'll have to respond to Christian Finley and the other people why they, because this gets published and people isn't, they're gonna know. Somebody's gotta tell me, I'm entitled to know why.
Oh, yeah,
nobody
we'll find out.
Okay.
Because I'll nominate some myself.
But I'll tell you this, of those cyber scholars, they're all in your
They
district.
sure are.
All of them.
And if all the cyber scholars got counsel enough to do that, maybe some of the country.
They didn't need counsel, that's right, Jason,
Yes,
so they didn't need counsel, okay.
Okay, let me say, so on this other textbook committee, I want to point this out because this will move fast. Again, COVID's thrown the schedule off a little bit, but the textbook committee process is going to be tight and consolidated. So they come to you now for career tech, the 4 career tech clusters and English language arts. Remember, the English language arts committee will have the K-3 reading work already done by the literacy task force, but they have to do all those other things too, literature books and all that. So they will bring you this list. You see them. They're by congressional districts. That's one of the things we tried to get changed, and we'll try again. But they're anyway. Right now they're by congressional districts. So they come to you next month, but then they have to start working immediately, and they will have a unofficial recommendations to you in October, and then the official, well, let me think about that. I may have it off a bit. Maybe November, but it comes to you in December to be voted on in January. It has to be voted on in January for us to get those contracts turned around and all for the next school year. So it is a tight timeline, but remember they have the new rubric that they developed during this last year, and with your input, they feel much better about the new rubric. They think the process will go a lot faster now because of the better rubric and the better design. So even though they're getting a later start, I want to say they're about 2 months behind where we would normally be. But Dr. Jones feels good about it still because they've got the new rubric. We spent that time getting the rubric right before we got the committee. But hopefully this will be the last time, next time we'll have a better rubric and we'll have a little more time. But just so you know, it's going to be coming fast. So we'll probably every month have some discussion about textbooks until the end of the year as we try to get those ready to be approved. And they'll do supplemental and primary source materials. So some of the textbooks that the Literacy Task Force rejected will actually be considered as supplementary materials, and they may be great supplementary materials, but they don't meet all the components to be a core reading material.
Which one of the programs did not meet the criteria?
Open Court.
Open Court didn't.
It's more than 5 years old.
Right.
Yes.
That's a good one.
So Open Court, yeah, right.
It's the one that made it.
Yeah, it's a very good, obviously it had no red flags, but it's more than 5 years old. So the textbook committee cannot consider material more than 5 years old by law. But they can, schools can buy it, they just have, with their federal funds they can buy it, but they can't use state funds on it. So,
So wouldn't it be supplanting some of the,
it would be, there
That's
is
just
a true career educator. So in the ESSER, that's a very good question, Dr. Chester. In the ESSER laws, all 3 rounds of ESSER, Congress put a provision in that there is no supplanting. So you can, so it's not, even though it's distributed, and it is an excellent question because we get this from districts constantly. The money's distributed on the Title I formula, but it is not Title I money. And it's not subject to the stipulations and the supplanting requirements of Title I funds.
See that.
I was gonna call you, just slipped out.
That's okay.
Well, we were all thinking that.
I'm just glad I knew that.
Well, you're right.
It's a
The
good
federal programs here.
Okay. And then there's one more, I think. So you have before you recommendations from
Did you skip 9?
Oh, did I skip 9? Sorry.
Administrative code.
Okay,
And
yes.
apportionment.
So this is apportionment of funds. You have, so if you look over on page 16, this is a little different than normal. The only reason I don't spend much time on it, I'd say, oh, you don't need to pay much attention to that. So every year you have to put in the foundation program law from 95. It says that the state board every year has to pass rules on distribution of the funds in coordination with the budget. So you really can't, like the budget's already passed, the law says how they have to do it, but you have to distribute the funds. So, so normally all we update, in my last 3 years, all we've updated is the year in here. It goes from like 21, 22 to 22, 23. But this year, there was a change in other current expense. They, not other current expense, sorry, current unit growth. So they deleted the old current unit growth and replaced it with a new act, Senator Elliott's bill passed. And so you see on page 16 that we're not just changing the years, but actually changing the distribution formula for what's now going to be the Student Growth Fund. It used to be called Current Units. And that's for students who were not on your last year's count. So the foundation program is based on last year's count. But if you're in a fast-growing district, then you may pick up, I mean, we've got schools, districts that pick up 400 students over in that 9-month period. And so they, in the old days, they would not get funded for those for 2 years. But we had this provision called current unit, which was a small amount of money, and we just took the number of growth across the state and divided it. And some years you might get $8,000 per student. You might get, it was never that high, more like $800 per student. Some years you might get $400 per student. So now what it is, it's a rolling average. Again, Mr. Craig I don't know where he is, but he can explain it because he helped write it. But it's a rolling average for the past 2 years, and you get funded current year rather than a year arrears. All of the high growth districts were very excited about this, and it did not hurt any of the low growth or districts that were in declining enrollment. So it's a win-win for everybody. It took 2 years of really, I'm going to give Andy Craig, even though he's not here, y'all tell him credit. I mean, he really picked up the rope with this and worked with the finance department and the legislative fiscal office and Senator Elliott to design it, draw it out, and explain it, go over there to committee meetings and explain it to people. He did an amazing job on it. And it's better for everybody. But it is a significant change in the code.
And I see it addresses the virtual students, full-time virtual students.
So full-time virtual students under the old law they got 100% funding. But remember, the 100%, you were getting like $800 a child. So one of the kind of a compromise deal was that they will now be funded at 20%. So they'll be funded pretty much like they were before, but in-person students will be fully funded at the regular rate.
Dr. Mackey, when I came on the local board, this was one of the biggest issues 13 years ago. That's how long it's taken to get this corrected for fast-growing districts.
Wow, 13 years.
Some districts have lost $20 million that you can never get back. You could fully pay for a school. You could do so much with that. That's how long this has been an issue.
My goodness.
Yeah, and Dr. Mackey, as a representative, I represent 2 of the 3 fastest growing counties in the state. And this is a huge amount of money for us. And like you said, it's been going on for a long time, but it is impacting us a lot. And this is going to make things
really help.
While we're talking about that, I have a question about administrative code we discussed this morning. You presented a sample of the administrative code change. Are we going to include that in a part of this administrative code change? Are we able to count that as a discussion for our consideration next month, or what is the status?
Yes, no, because we've discussed it, and you got a draft today. We can bring something for next month.
Okay, I want to be clear, I'm not,
Yes, absolutely.
I'm new at this business.
No, it can be brought next month.
Okay.
And then item 10, you have commission, charter school commission, so it's time to do those appointments. It feels like it's almost every other month. So, well, so ones, remember, they're on 2-year terms. And there's like 8 of them or 10 of them, and they're on 2-year terms, so there's almost always somebody being reappointed.
And they're limited too.
So, yes,
They're limited.
term limited.
Term limited. Yeah.
So these came from Senator Reed and as pro tem. I don't know the 2 people represent that are nominated. I don't know them at all. But you have their resumes. I think we have 2 more coming from the Lieutenant Governor's
Yeah, I've gotten
office.
calls about it. One woman called me and said she's a nominee, and I don't see her.
I didn't see her name. She emailed me.
Yeah.
I know the first guy.
She emailed me and then called me.
Yeah, well, maybe, so I know the Lieutenant Governor's office, because I've had contact with them, are working on getting us their letters. I don't know when, so,
Well, can we just go ahead and let them know, because I've heard the grapevine from some really good sources, that they complain about us when we do not approve their nominees. And if we do not have the information in a timely manner, which is according to what we have, set for ourselves, and it actually gives them the benefit of some consideration where we can call or check out if we try ourselves, or they can, as Reynolds mentioned, contact us. They need to understand, we don't do it yesterday or tomorrow. We do it, we have to have it. And I appreciate the fact that the pro tem got it to us in a timely manner so we can consider. But yes, I was actually surprised to receive the other, and in fact, I went back several times, and even today, to check and make sure
She wasn't.
there was not another one.
I thought so.
She
It's
did.
a shame
I
thing.
don't know who that
She
is.
emailed
It's
her.
Hammond's,
No, I won't
what's
say
her
that.
name?
No, don't say it, just tell me
From
later.
Salmon.
Yeah.
It's from
But
Salmon.
Did she say who was nominating her?
No, she
She
said
did.
she was,
She was up
she
for
said we
being
were going to be
considered.
voting on her today.
And I think she said the
misunderstood.
lieutenant governor, but I'm not 100%.
I think she said so too.
Yeah, it's in the.
She
Okay.
did say both.
What is procedure? If we didn't get, like Ms. Bell, we didn't receive this data in a timely manner, why would we not put it off and blame it, and attribute it to the failure
I like the
of
word.
somebody else is not compliant with our procedures?
They
Why would
talk
we
about
consider
us
that
that way.
they can't abide by our rules? What's the big
How
deal?
hard is it?
So the
Exactly, how hard is it?
I just bring y'all the stuff.
Kill the messenger. Don't kill the
Miss
messenger.
Nora and I give in,
Don't kill the
and
messenger.
It's not
sometimes
your
they
fault.
come in like the
No.
packet is already going out, and if there's a way we can include it, we will add it at the last minute. But our practice has been, if they don't get it to us, so that we can send it to you last Thursday, then so the ones that whoever called you or emailed you, you would not get to vote on until September.
I'm in favor of
We
that.
need
still
to
don't
stick
have
with
it.
that, because they will not comply with it. They'll complain about us, but then when it's appropriate, and this is appropriate for us to have the information within the time frame that everyone else, including our department.
I think there's a consensus that we don't want to consider it if they don't present it.
Oh, no, yeah. No, when I said coming, I mean, I expected if we get those before August, they'll come to you the August work session for a vote in September, not for a vote in August. Now, that being said, again, as we've talked about the agenda sometime today, that's not in the law or something that we could not add. But our practice has been, if we don't get to run it through a work session,
Well,
we
we
don't.
do have it where we have the agenda a week before.
Right.
And that would still, because even though this is the work session agenda, I would think it's still appropriate because we did not have the opportunity to discuss it.
Right. So if we were to get them, say, we could get them before August 5th when the next packet goes out. We could add them then, but what I'm hearing from you is you don't want them. If you don't have them a month ahead of time, you don't want to go ahead and consider it, and that's fine.
Give us time to
Absolutely.
do some research. If we only have 2 people, it's not like it's.
Right.
It's only the other person is the only other person nominating is the lieutenant governor. Or is there more than two?
I don't know
how
for
many
sure,
there are.
Dr. Reynolds, I don't know.
I
for
just
sure.
wanna do I wanna do business in a business-like manner and we'll comply if they comply.
Dr. Mackey, do we know if either one of these that's recommended in this one by Greg Reed is an incumbent? Are they both
I do not
new?
know, but
I think the first one is new.
I don't think either one's an incumbent because I don't recognize the names.
Okay.
I know the
I
first one.
see their names a
Chair.
lot, but I'm not certain about it.
Of
There
the
are two
Department of Sanford
appointees for one
University.
position. There are
Yeah.
two nominees for one position. I assume.
Right. But sometimes we do have an incumbent and a new
And
person.
we vote on that
Right.
one, right?
But that happened the last time, I think. But this, I think these are both new.
Well, it has identified the incumbent, I think, from that vote last time.
It has.
Yes.
Mhm, it does.
All right.
All
Good
right.
question.
Did you pass these out?
Oh, so we just take these with you. Mr. Swan was really good in.
Just keep in mind, I was trying to eat some turnip greens as I was talking.
If you see green stains,
So you can expect some mistakes.
But we just took that. We tried to incorporate everything. But I think,
It's not for
as the governor said this morning, if you'll take till by July 30th, if you will get us back suggestions, comments, whatever, you're welcome to give those to Jason. He's been really good about keeping up with these things. Just know that next week, Tuesday, let's see, when am I leaving Tuesday? So at CCSSO, which is the Chief State School Officers, all the state superintendents and commissioners, we're having our first meeting in 2 years in person. And we're meeting in Cheyenne, Wyoming. So I'm flying out there either Monday or Tuesday, and we'll be back Friday night sometime. But just realize it'll be, I mean, obviously I'll be working, checking email, that kind of stuff, but it'll be more difficult probably to catch up, which is why I had, she'd asked me about next week, and I'd said, well, if we can give us till the week after, because I'm worried next week I won't get enough time to talk to y'all.
Can
And
we
then the
get,
week after I'll be back.
there was some mention of administrative code language. Can we also have a copy of that?
That's from this morning. It's in that folder.
That's the
Yes.
same.
Okay, can we put that in a more, because it's sort of like cut and paste looking. What I have in my folder.
This one here.
Because that's the draft for the
Yes.
administrative code.
Which is
Okay.
included
This
in
language is on the back
Okay,
side.
I do have that, but I didn't see the back part.
I'm sorry, it's on the back
I
side.
understand that.
If you don't have it, I'll get you another.
We'll get that electronically
Can you,
as well.
yeah, that's,
Be glad to send it to you
Yes.
electronically. Absolutely.
I hope we're gonna publish it too, because it, incidentally, the administrative code I noticed is in the first be it resolved, that's the same language as the administrative code like I asked the governor to accept.
oh, good. And
Yeah.
that's, but
And
the
we'll-
bottom line is that we just need to have, going back to our conversation about the charter commission members, we need to have enough information. And we would love, I mean, personally, I appreciate it when other people are able to vet it with me. I don't think
Sure,
that.
sure.
I
We'll
think
send it to
people
you
who Are
electronically too.
interested
We'll
should also
do it
have the opportunity to respond.
tomorrow, this afternoon or tomorrow, we'll do that. Be glad to.
Okay.
And we'll send you we can send you what we just gave you too electronically. I just figured y'all would want a hard copy too.
And mark it draft like you have it, which
Yes.
is helpful. This one doesn't have draft all over it, but when you do it, it doesn't have that.
Just print it on the back side of the draft.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Which
Might just print it on the-
reinforces it when you tell people it's a draft.
Draft.
They can see it.
Yeah, I get a lot of input.
But on the back, it says draft.
All right, that's.
Our crowd left. We started with a crowd and they all left us.
Just saw me in the hall.
Another one is the.
Oh, so the code one hasn't changed.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
I'm good.
just be ready for next month. We'll send you a lot of things. Remember, plan to be here the night before for the reception. It'll be nice.
Thank you. We're adjourned. Thank you.
You bang your hammer pretty good for a